Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas. I am joined by LS, and today needs a little bit of a disclaimer. Things are going to be a little bit more difficult for the two of us after what has happened earlier. I think the loss of Rekfall has affected a lot of us. And, you know, the internet can be a mean place, but it can also be a place where we can come together. And let's try and come together today with the LCK and just try and move through it.
Yep. Well, we have a match on our hands that is about to get underway.
Indeed. We're going to be starting off with KT versus Sole1 Prince. Both of these teams not necessarily finding too much success in the first couple of weeks here of the LCK, but, you know, now up against one another, definitely better opportunities than some of the titans that we've seen really reign supreme here in the LCK. And we're going to start off with points of the match as if they were twins. What happens when two teams with the same previous and remaining opponents clash?
Well, this is it's a very important match for both of these two teams because Sole1 is really looking to try to reaffirm that they can be a middle-upper pack team, whereas KT are really looking to get back in stride. The duel between the two 1 and 3 teams, KT needs to stop receding and start moving forward, versus SP needs to build momentum like their team atmosphere. And then Spring Split's true slow starter. KT got 8 straight wins. That was the really big turnaround moment.
Yeah.
And I think that SP, they had a lot of surprising moments, especially towards the end. And at the very bottom here, 28...
This is my favorite one.
Collective years of professional career under these veterans, top mid duos. Former Rocks duo Smeb and Kuro versus Ixu and Mickey.
Yeah, and of course Anarchy does refer to a Freak of Freaks, the team that they were beforehand, Rebels Anarchy. And so yes, it is certainly a long time ago that both of these solo lane duos have been playing on the Rift, but things have definitely changed since then for both of them, and it was for better in some years and it was for worse in others. So we'll see whether it's going to be Ixu and Mickey rolling their dice and getting some double sixes, or whether it's going to be Smeb and Kuro actually controlling the Rift here today with Smeb's amazing flanks that he can still do. The laning phase has taken a bit of a hit for Smeb so far in Summer, but still, he is that team fighting god that we know him for. And ABK Prince, certainly pretty good at the early games still.
Well, we take a look at the team stats here. First blood percent, Sole1 Prince is second in the league with 70%. Herald percentage, both of these teams, well, I guess fourth is pretty good. 50% of the time they end up getting the Rift Herald.
That means that they get Shelly every game or Shirley every game, you know?
Yeah.
They get one of them.
In Dragon percent, KT not having the best of times around that statistic, 10th.
I mean, both of them are under 50% at the moment, so I think we're going to improve that stat for at least one of these teams here today, unless we're just going to see the Dragons ignored. As we're going to start off with the KT roster. Didn't really intend for that to be an alliteration, but Tucson, Aiming, Kuro, Bono, and Smeb will remain your KT roster that you've come to know and love. And we'll see whether they're going to reign supreme over the mad scientists over on Sole1 Prince, especially since adding Mickey. I never really know what to expect when it comes to this team.
I think the game one is really going to be a foreshadowing of what we can expect in this series. Ixu is going to have the counter pick available to him on the red side. Mickey in there in mid lane also has options to have that available to him as well. I'm curious if Ixu is going to bring out any crazy picks. Obviously, Hybrid and Secret down there in the bottom lane. Hybrid known to turn it up in the later stages.
It's actually really interesting because they were talking about the fact that these two teams are very similar in how they've been playing. Of course, Aiming has been performing better than Hybrid so far this season, but the spring season was all about Hybrid really coming into his own, blossoming as a new player for this squad. And this might be an opportunity to turn it around because he's going to need to really turn it around. He went from being a prodigy in the last season to certainly not finding the stats that Hybrid was known for when he debuted for this team in the LCK. And Aiming gone from strength to strength, to be honest. Is Ezreal still very, very good? We saw him in the opening for the LCK for Summer 2020. It's super cool, but he was wearing Ezreal's gauntlet, and he's wearing it for a reason.
So one of the stats or things I talked about yesterday with Valdez is when you have a player that is on one of the most losing teams, but has the best stats.
Yeah.
That is always an indicator that you can expect good things, at least out of them. KDA may not be the highest, but aiming is so good in so many other areas. And Hybrid, while he is experiencing some difficulty, he was the real hero turnaround in spring for SP. So we'll see what aiming is going to be able to manage to do for his team here today.
And these are two teams that are built on strong bottom lanes as well. I think even Secret was stepping up his performance to what we'd seen of him in when he was on previous teams, etc., etc. But at the top side of the map is where things tend to go wrong, and in the jungle is where Bono and Flawless have certainly been struggling when it comes to getting things together. So we'll see whether these solo lanes are going to have an easier time against their opposition and which one has the more problems. Because, you know, Smeb debuts and gets solo killed in lane and really struggles and does show us that he can have those amazing flanking plays, but also showed us that sometimes it's just not enough to be really good at that team play, and you're going to need to be able to do more. Kuro, though, has been impressive, and so we'll see whether KT are going to be able to use this as a springboard for the rest of the season and maybe make that run that they made in spring to get back to that 5th place that they were able to lock down.
Well, here we go. We're going to go into the pick ban.
Yeah.
And let's see what kind of craziness can maybe unfold. We'll see if Alawi continues to get banned.
Yeah, we'll see whether KT are going to ban that one on blue side. A little bit more flexibility as far as bans are concerned if you do go for that one. But the Yuumi is going to be taken away first, and we're not going to be leaving any Varuses open this time around. As Kalista taken away from Hybrid as well is interesting. Aiming, pretty good Kalista player himself, but not going to be dealing with that in this game.
And Karma getting taken off the table right now.
And Solo and Prince are playing with fire if they're going to leave the Ezreal available. I think that is likely a mistake, but what they're walking into is a trade. So maybe the idea is to ban Set or something like that and allow Solo and Prince to get at least one of Aphelios or Ezreal. Still don't know whether it's a gamble that you'd ever want to take against Aiming's Ezreal, but might be one that they're going to have to go for. This is one of those teams, we were talking about this, especially in week 1, where, you know, you leave up Ezreal and Aphelios. Aphelios tends to win, as that's just going to be a ban left open. That's one way to guarantee you get either of them. Very interesting. And I would be very shocked if this wasn't an Ezreal lock-in.
Well, it is taken away. Aphelios is open, but if you draft Aphelios, the opponents can sort of layer against you.
And his best friend on the bottom side has been banned away from KT as well. So they obviously had a different plan. Tucson probably with some different options, but Solo One Prince, this is not really lending itself to success. Do you know the win rate for Kai'Sa at the moment in LCK?
I do not.
It's a big fat donut.
Okay.
Yep, that's a 0.
The problem with Kai'Sa is that she needs more information typically before she comes online. Now she's pairing with a Twisted Fate, so I guess that's a lot of very big backline access. Mickey also no stranger to Twisted Fate, but Kai'Sa can definitely have problems if there is a strong enough phalanx that the enemy team can really hold together. But also, just if there's enough healing, it's very hard for her to do her backline assassination. And then she's reduced to trying to tear through the front line, but she does it less effective than a traditional hyper.
Yeah.
So it's a bit peculiar to see her come out so early in the draft phase. Now, there is a Tahm Kench, though, so this is very abusable by SP. Orianna coming in. Not a very big surprise.
Yep, Kuro going back to his old utility ways. I don't mind the Tahm Kench in this comp when you see a Twisted Fate, though. It does work very well into a yellow card. unless he's going to use it on the Tahm Kench himself, but you're probably pretty happy that your Tahm is being targeted instead of one of your carries. Might be an opportunity there, as this is an old combo if Kai'Sa Rakan are going to come in, but that is yeah, but it's old because these two champions used to be very different when it came to power level. And I don't know whether this is necessarily going to work out. But a lot of agency now given over to Secret, and we'll see whether he's going to put on a performance much like Effort was able to on T1 to secure a win here for Solo One Prince. But I'm in your camp at this point in time. LS, I'm a little bit worried after these champions have been picked up. TF, strong in his own right. That bottom lane, yeah, we'll see.
Well, ban cards now coming out. Lee Song is going to get removed, which is a little surprising. Champion, if you go and look at all of the instances where the champion won, it almost has nothing to do with Lee Sin in any of them whatsoever. There is the Alawi ban.
Yeah, I mean, we'd prefer to see her on the Rift, but it's good the KT have taken that option away from Ixu. It's intelligent, even if it is anti-fun. As the Olaf is going to be taken away as well. I don't really like KT's comp at this point in time as an Olaf comp, but it's Bono, so you're probably going to ban that. Lee Sin Olaf, the first two off his rank. Next one is generally the Jarvan, and from there, something like a Rek'Sai that you definitely would be raising some eyebrows to, as we have in the past. Final ban here for KT is going to be the Wukong. And now we'll see whether Ixu is going to go back to the Volley Bear that he tried and didn't quite find success with the first time he was available. Whether he's going to go for an Ornn, something like that. Trundle hasn't been picked at all. So I feel like Solo One Prince probably will look at that one. And there it is. I can't believe we didn't notice. Normally he's first picked, right? If he's not banned. So I just forgot that Trundle existed. But there it is.
Nidalee is one of the current... Okay, well, can't have nice things in life.
No.
As Renekton, the B4, B5 Renekton, and now, the Nidalee that has no real synergy with the mid laner. Enemy team comp also highly mobile.
I mean, all of the animals start with C. Cats, crocodiles, and catfish.
Okay.
See?
Isn't Rakan a bird?
No, that's on SP side. I'm talking about KT side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
As that's a Kled that they're looking at, but Ornn would make a little bit more sense here for Ixu.
Ornn gives them a lot more power in the later stages of the game, and honestly, KT's team composition is very worrisome. They can't really go the distance without aiming just becoming a superhero.
Yeah. And
with Renekton being the only synergy for Orianna's ultimate, it means that a lot more pressure is put on Kuro in order to find openings. Now, the one downside is obviously the Rakan and the Trundle aren't really doing a whole lot against the KT team comp, but there are a couple of good things going for SP. I mean, if Twisted Fate can actually get a Rabadon's Death Crown as third item or something like that, that would be massive for him. Kai'Sa is not really an ornament champion, though. Neither is Trundle, neither is Rakan. So the Ornn,
that's a yikes.
outside of TF, Zanya's.
Yeah.
That's what she gets.
Is that really what she gets? You can go the old AD variety and pick up a Molten Edge, but it doesn't feel great. You're exactly right there. Well, unless we're going to see another one of these Sarita Dirk style Kaisers that allow her to get to some of her evolutions at timings that you would otherwise not be able to with other such builds. Not entirely sure how Hybrid's going to go there. It does allow you to have a bit more power in the early game, but then you could have a Wraith Blade, is I guess my theory. Don't think it's ever good, but an option. And it's purple. She's purple. Might help.
Well,
don't know. I'm clutching at straws here, just a little bit.
Honestly, it's totally...
I've ran out. I'm over at the, the aisle where you've got your coffee and then there's supposed to be like straws and here, moule tissue here in Korea, but it would be, a wet towelette. A moist towelette is what they say.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was only ever at KFC in Australia. We don't need to talk about that. Let's have a look at what's actually happening here in this game. As Bono has found Flawless, and he's got one of the old Nidalee skins. I respect this.
That Trundle skin looks pretty baller, though.
Yeah.
That looks like Arthas for some reason. It looks like Lich King in a
Does.
weird way. Or maybe not Lich King, maybe just a Death Knight or something. With that.
We needed Mordekaiser in the game for like the true Lich King, and then you've got his Death Knight followers.
Yeah.
Because Mickey has the right skin for that as well, you know.
Yeah.
Underworld TF was definitely a little bit Death Knighty. It's got like the green undead eyes, you know.
Yeah.
Perfection.
Well, this is going to be a bit of an interesting game. The other thing that's confusing is I don't know how KT actually contests for Dragons, realistically. Even though Nidalee outpaces Trundle, Twisted Fate can basically turn things into his favor anytime, at least early on. And then bot lane, we'll see what Hybrid and Secret manage to end up doing, but lots of pressure on Bono, and Bono's one of the biggest sinners that we have here in the LCK, so seeing him on Nidalee is going to be very interesting.
And he's also had a bit of a rough season so far here in 2020 summer, so see whether this is going to be the bounce back. This Hybrid's going to take a Mystic Shot to the face. One of the ways that I see KT winning fights is, you know, Tucson gobbling up a Crocodile and throwing him into the backline. Could be an opportunity to try and get Smeb in there and actually affect this one. But you look at this matchup and I see inevitability. And it's a bit of a worry for Smeb on this Renekton.
You said that, and that orange skin looks like Thanos.
It does a little bit.
When I thought, you know, the I am inevitable.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Hey, Smeb's win rate on the Renekton's pretty good, though.
Yeah.
You see whether he can utilize Mastery.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting the better edge of the matchup currently up here in top lane. And interestingly, I mean, Kuro maintaining a pretty good amount of control.
This is actually very impressive. As these are the amount of games, or the times that these players have started, I believe, when they were playing together. So,
wow,
it's a lot.
Yeah,
definitely. There's a lot of pedigree with both Mickey and Ixu and Smeb and Kuro. Don't know how many of our viewers were watching when the Rocks Tigers were in their heyday. So it was quite some time ago now. It's going on 5 years. I think they certainly stole the hearts of so many fans when it felt like everyone was an SKT fan.
I still have well, I have two actually jerseys that they gave me. One of them I never used. They gave it to me. It was one of their reserve jerseys at the semifinal.
Oh wow!
At Madison Square Garden. So.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's a yeah, that's a nice one. I actually looked at it today before I came here because I just placed the new Afrika jersey they gave us yesterday.
I think I'm getting mine today because I wasn't in yesterday.
I'm gonna take it.
But I haven't got it yet, so maybe I'm... Did you just take it? You
no,
just got two at home now?
I'm gonna take it now.
Oh, thanks, man.
Not a big deal.
All right.
Likely stolen.
As long as you, like, put it up on your wall and you treat it with respect, I'll be happy, you know? That's fine.
Oh, well, Ixu getting slammed in the trade. What?
Oh, that was no sarcasm?
Why?
I'm just thinking that I don't know whether that damage really means all that much. That's all. I don't know.
All right.
The old on into Renekton. As you can see, the CS is certainly in favor of Smeb, and this matchup will go Renekton favored for the earlier stages. But like we were talking about, Thanos eventually will snap his fingers and yeah, give all of his team a whole bunch of cool stuff.
The really cool thing is that for KT, they're actually finding a very big victory in a lane where it shouldn't happen. However, on the flip side, you have a Nidalee going even with Trundle. So there's definitely some issues.
Yeah, that could
that
be
are
rough.
present. Yep. Aiming in Tushin. They already came off the reset.
Aiming doing a lot of work, actually.
Yeah.
I feel like when Aiming trades on Ezreal, he just finds extra ways to do damage in a lot of cases. He's very impressive on this champion. And that means a lot coming from a region that has a lot of very good Ezreal players.
Yeah.
Saw Deft popping off on it very recently. DRX still very, very scary here in the LCK. Smeb back up above half health. He's only about a wave or so in the lead, as Kuro's going to have to blow his flash in mid lane.
Yeah.
And Kuro's
no
cleanse
spellbook
is off cooldown.
No, it's not.
On cooldown.
Yeah, it's on cooldown.
Yeah, it's on cooldown.
I thought you were lost sight for a second.
Yeah, well, I think maybe I was.
Yeah.
But it's going to be back again real soon. So
Cloud Dragon, actually, Cloud Dragon coming up as first Drake of the game. Not super impactful, really, for a lot of these champions. One would argue that 10% CDR for TF.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Bono going to be caught out. Does still have his flash available.
Wait,
as he decides to go aggressive. Pops his way out. Good gold card there from Mickey, but he's very low as the spear is going to go wide. Now Smeb's just going to take a Rift Scuttler, and everything's going to be okay. But like you were talking about, KT, they do have to win in the early game, but they are winning in the early game.
Yeah.
So that is good news.
So Smeb actually got that. Now the thing is that Mickey has teleport, and when he comes back from this reset, it's very awkward for Kuro because he's stuck in lane without any mana, and what might end up happening is that he has to be given the blue buff in order to sustain through this. We have a little bit of loss to Shopkeeper currently up there in top lane. Bombies. Oh,
that's
that was
a
nice
great
trade.
double knocker. Exhaust used on Secret. Does take a lot of damage back there in the end, but that's a good sign. The Solo One Prince's bottom side. Bono's going to come in, see whether he can do anything to help. Ooh, yeah, aiming, not finding the best end of that trade.
Yep. The call also for Hybrid. Very nice pickup. And now Destiny Gate available on Mickey. Where can they manage to find openings? As that was a cannon minion that just went into the void. So even if Kuro and Mickey seem like they're even on CS, I mean, that cannon is, you know, don't underappreciate it, as well as the EXP. Because Mickey's already at level 7. Kuro, we'll see where he's at the very end of this wave, but Mickey's been in it for a little while. Oh, man.
Okay, Flawless down very low. Bono's just going to steal it away and grabs the Trundle. Mickey now looking for that gold card, will find it, but yeah, this is an absolute disaster for Solo One Prince. And KT already stealing away 2 kills, Ixu having to run and blew his teleport. I don't think anything could have gone worse.
Yeah, I think that was the opposite of flawless. I think that was definitely a bit of a disaster, if I do say so myself. And it was no secret that now SP are in a pretty unfortunate spot.
Yeah, Flawless is going to steal away that blue buff, though. Yeah. So there's one thing back in their favor.
Yeah. He managed to win the smite that didn't matter.
Although one could argue that Cloud Drake isn't the most vital, but I think losing your jungler here is a huge deal.
Yeah, so, and I mean, yeah, he even emoted, I think, thinking that he got it, which is very interesting, the Pengu.
Yep.
And then no clue what Secret was really doing. It was a really good Ornn ultimate.
나 들어가 볼게 이거. 와줄래? 대피가도 이거? 와줘.
Come with me, come with me, come with me.
Oh, that was actually so clean.
Nice.
볼 수 있는데.
Bono's camera control, not impressive. Really not impressed. That was very sloppy.
Maybe it's explaining something. But Bono now sitting at 1-0-1. You are definitely a big fan of making sure people have their cameras correct.
Yeah. You know, that was very, very slow. He could have been looking at many other things. But doesn't really matter.
Tab nearly enough as well.
True, true. Yeah, a couple more F keys maybe.
Yeah. Could have
you know.
done that. So Hybrid and Secret make their way back into the lane. But aiming, he's got his Manamune done. So he went for the slower start, not collecting a Sheen early, but he's been rewarded for it. After, you know, winning a lane, getting more farm, but also being able to pick up that added assist. And now has sort of got out of that trough pretty early. As, yeah, look, we didn't have too many expectations out of the Kai'Sa, but she is still going to scale. See whether it's actually going to work out here as double pickaxe is being collected by Hybrid.
Well, at this point in the game, SP, they are behind. Still don't have the Rod of Ages on TF yet, which is very unfortunate. Not the end of the world pretty much anywhere except in top lane. Smeb is honestly putting on a little bit of a clinic up there in the CS department. He's ahead by 33% almost.
Like that? I like the quick
numbers
Something
made it a little easy, yeah.
Big fan.
Yeah,
Flaw's going to come on over, puts himself down a little bit of a pillar. Otherwise, not too much is going to go on. And you see, the fact that, Smeb's putting on that clinic, that's why he got delivered the Rift Scuttler and then was able to pick up a kill, right? And now the hard carry Crocodile, top side of the map, is a possibility. Going to be Black Cleaver coming in pretty soon. Going to be very useful into Ixu's Ornn. We'll see where he goes next. I mean, if he does want to, continue side laning against an Ornn, Blade of the Ruined King could work on the Renekton. Don't know whether he's actually going to go there, though, as Death Stance is so incredibly powerful. See where Smeb decides to take it.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Bono, he's just continuing to try to power farm up. Mountain's up in 1 minute and 20 seconds, and that's really big for both of these teams. SP obviously want to get it because it'll make it that much harder for Nidalee, Renekton, and Ezreal even, because Ezreal doesn't tend to build penetration at all. So even if it's a very small amp, it's still going to be very valuable. And around that dragon, I mean, KT should be the ones that have the leg up. We should assume that Black Cleaver's complete, which he's about to buy it right now.
Yep.
And, I mean, Ezreal's going to be in a really good spot. Ro is not going to have any stacks on it, realistically. There's not going to be a Sheen or anything on Mickey. And so this is going to be a very difficult team fight for SP to actually fight. I don't even know if Ornn's actually going to get to Sunfire Cape by the time this comes up.
Not to mention Hybrid, he's getting exhausted here towards the bottom side. True Shot Barrage only eaten by Secret there, but he still takes so much damage.
Holy.
Hybrid, though, that was a decent sidestep. It might have put him in the death chamber, though, but nope. Able to create enough distance. Flash forward and aiming! Picks up the snipe kill with the Sheen proc. Beautifully done by KT's 80 carry, and aiming's on form today, and that is terrifying for Solo One Prince fans.
Yeah, and Bono feeling very happy in the player cam. They're going to allocate all this gold. Tom Kent, get out of the way. Hey, buddy.
I know.
This guy over here, honestly. Take a look at him. Take a look at this guy.
I know, it's Timothy walking in thinking he's still Sir Thomas.
Yeah, outrageous.
It is,
this
absolutely.
Guy.
We are going to be able to have a look at which soul we're going to get, whether it's going to be the Infernal or the Ocean. An opportunity to peer into what it's going to be, and Earth, Wind, and Fire will be upon us. Big fan. September, good month.
Well, the Infernal Dragon is pretty much exactly what they want to roll at this point. It'll help the Nidalee and the Ezreal so much.
Oh dear, Secret able to battle dance, so gets over to Hybrid. Still going to lose their blue buff though.
Yeah, they're going to lose the blue buff, and honestly, I feel like the way in which the lead has been obtained here for KT is making everything look really grim. I really don't know if SP are going to be able to come back in this, and the reason that I say that is because the third dragon, Ezreal, given his advantages, he will have that Muramana online. He might even have Trinity Force. He's 4 minutes away from it. He just picked up Stinger. So he doesn't need to actually come up with that much gold. So when you assume his GPM right now, it's very likely he might have it.
Yeah, and also that's the bigger 2-item power spike as well.
Yes.
Over that of the Iceborne Gauntlet. More of a 3-item build now with that one. And look at aiming, just knows exactly what he's capable of.
This is really Hybrid's fault at the end. He should keep staying in front of Trundle the entire time, using him as a meat shield, and instead just keeps clicking forward. But anyways, Kuro now going to shove in the wave. 4,000 gold lead with a mountain, and I really like the itemization that we're seeing out of Smeb. He's immediately going into some defensive stats.
Yeah, we'll see whether that's going to just be the boots, might be some Merc Treads, but he also might be deciding that something like a Hex Drinker could be an option. When I see those items next to each other, I just assume they're going to go together, which most often does not happen. That could also be Death's Dance to be built towards. That would make some sense here in just how the league works at the moment. Feels like build Death's Dance, and then you're doing it right.
Well, we shall see what else ends up unfolding here. 3 minutes until the Infernal Dragoon is going to come up.
Is that a new class in Final Fantasy or something?
Did you ever play the Legend of Dragoon?
No. I heard good things about it, though.
Very, very good. Yeah, I don't know why I thought, I don't know why I said Dragoon.
Because it's dragon. You just wanted to put an extra O on it.
Okay.
Right, as there's a shockwave. Max range as Mickey is going to flash. And see Smeb out of turret range and is going to survive.
Yeah. Turret really just getting a little bit lazy right there.
Yeah, it really did.
Aiming and Bono now going to be up here trying to raise this top tier 1. Teleport coming in from the alcove.
Yep, and there's Destiny as well as the Ram is going to make his way out. Knock up only onto 1, but it should be the end of Bono there as he tries to pounce out, but he's unable to. Aiming very, very low and out of the fight right now, but Smeb is a gigantic crocodile. And Kuro's trying to control this battlefield. Flash has to be used by Ixu. And despite the fact that they got rid of aiming and killed Bono, SP still not looking like they have control.
No, they lose this fight. So even though they almost killed Aiming and they did successfully kill Bono, take a look at what it cost them. Count them 1, 2, 3, 4 flashes. Twisted Fate did spellbook one of those away, so he's trying to hide it. But it took 4 flashes, a teleport out of Horn, teleport out of Mickey as well, I believe. So all of these summoner spells, they do not have available now for the Infernal fight. Even if they would have gotten 2 or 3 kills, it would still be a loss, as weird as that sounds.
Grand entrance used by Secret, needed to get out of that one. But yeah, you're right. It's a lot of investment for basically 0 gain, other than just a single kill onto Bono. Unable to actually get any extra control, and in fact will lose this Rift Herald as KT continue their dominance over the early game.
Yeah.
Soul Point under a minute away. 3,000 gold is the lead. Smeb will extend that to about 4,000. Amy's going to go home and collect himself a Trinity Force. That Muramana you were talking about is already completed.
Yeah.
It's bad to worse.
I would actually really like to know his gold count right here. This might be, although he keeps clicking forward after the cannon, so I think that he doesn't have the gold, because it's just showing intention to stay. Then we take a look at the replay here. Now, I'm not really so concerned with what's happening in the fight itself, but I'm rather concerned with the intent of what SP is trying to do. This is a panic play where they think that investing to get a couple of kills, all of their summoners, is more valuable than having those summoners at the Infernal fight. Because the same amount of gold and the pressure that KT are about to exert by getting this Infernal, threatening Soul Point, is infinitely more valuable than the kills that they would get.
Well, see whether they can find any more here, as there's the knockback, but a 3-man shockwave from Kuro as he bounds over the wall. In goes Hybrid into the backline though, and they do manage to take down Aiming. Ixu's extraordinarily low, however, and KT, they still have enough damage to win out this team fight. Tucson avoiding the wild cards beautifully there as Mr. Timothy, and KT will get themselves to Soul Point, an Infernal Soul at that.
Yep. And that Infernal Dragon, super big. 4 in Italy. I would say Ezreal too if he would go Leandri's, but we're in LCK. But that would be massive if he would. You get the hybrid scaling. And I'm not talking about hybrid, the champion.
Yeah, he's on the other side.
Yeah, he's on the other side.
Although hybrid could also build a Leandri's. It wouldn't be synergizing with any Infernal Drakes unless they're able to turn the game around completely, as Shirley just decides, no. We're just going to walk away from this one. They think that KT are a little bit too far ahead. Shirley says that it's just not what's going to happen. As Ixu decides this is the time to fight, but I don't think it was.
Well, at this point in time, KT, I mean, they just collapse into the team fight. SP, they try to make something happen. They try to take advantage of an opportunity that they felt like they saw, ends up getting clapped for it. It's going to be Soul Point. They're down 5,000 gold. Ornaments are so far away as well. Ixu's not even 13 yet. There's no way he's getting 2 levels in 3.5 minutes.
And needs an extra item as well to make full use of it anyway.
Yeah, he doesn't even have Abyssal Mask. No one is going ornament items either.
You're not going to be able to give any items to anyone at this point. Ginsu's Rage Blade, unfortunately, does not have an upgradable option. There's another Shockwave, but Mickey's going to ghost out of it. But Kuro, when you can see an Orianna walking happily into the enemy's side of the map with, he had decent vision, but didn't exactly know where everyone was, it's when you know that you're in a very good position. So Orianna is definitely a champion that is dictated to by map control. KT certainly have it in spades. Zixu might be caught out of position here. Searing Charge will get him to relative safety. You can see the vision. Like, KT just owned this map entirely. Now pushing to try and take down this outer turret in mid lane. Secret going to get tagged by that Spirit. Relatively max range. Aegis of the Legion going to help him out, giving him a bit of that extra defenses. For KT, they have the poke advantage, they have the money advantage in spades. And also the items have really come in well for them.
Oh!
There's another shockwave. Flawless is going to get melted. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I think the thing that's been really flawless this game that he's been doing is the mistakes. I think that they have really been on point.
Okay. Don't know whether that's what you want to be doing. It's not the secret to winning League of Legends.
Atlas, I want you to say a positive thing right now.
I really like cake.
What kind of cake?
Well, my mum, for my birthday, would normally make Black Forest cake.
Okay.
I'm a big fan. And hers is the best.
Okay.
You know, I'm extraordinarily biased.
Well, let's watch Orianna bake a cake right here. So you put the ball in the center, you press the R button, and then Ezreal.
Yeah, just comes in and mystically turns it into cake.
Exactly. Perfect.
That's wonderful. I feel like we need a bard in the game for some reason. I don't know why. I know he makes cocoa more than cake.
Oh, there needs to be a birthday party bard skin now. He
Definitely.
makes cakes.
Oh no, we need fiddlesticks.
Baker Bard.
Baker Bard.
Oh man.
We do have Baker Pantheon and a few other ones.
And he goes and gets cookies instead of chimes.
Yeah, that's super good.
Or cupcakes.
All right,
I don't
ship it. Let's. We need to get in contact with the skins team again.
You know what I really miss? I haven't had it since I was a teenager, but which wasn't that long ago. That was all right. I know what you were thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what that feels like
it was less than a decade. Less than a decade for me, all right?
All right. Thanks.
You know?
There's no need to brag.
I know, you were thinking about before television had color, but...
Wizard of Oz was such a beautiful film.
I was thinking, well, I really want ice cream Death by Chocolate cake. That's really... When it's not really ice cream, it's just cold Death by Chocolate.
Yep, I remember that cake. Where that's a specific brand, isn't it? The Death by Chocolate cake?
Yeah, I think so. But it's so it's so good.
It reminds me of Matilda.
I've looked for it in Korea. They don't seemingly make it anywhere. Very sad. Although
right, maybe we can import it somehow.
Yeah.
Figure it out. I'll get the recipe. When's your birthday?
September.
September? Perfect.
Yeah.
We got the exact right Drakes for your birth year as well, and we're talking about your birthday. This is fantastic. See whether we can get that Bard skin in time to get the skins team onto it. It's KT are going to move to meet Solo One Prince here in the mid lane. Flawless down to half health once again. Feels like he starts off fights at basically nothing these days because the poke advantage is just too high for KT. Smev waiting off to the side, looking for his moment to come in. Mickey doing exactly the same thing, but he's locked his gold card very early.
The worrisome thing here is KT's posturing with SP for no reason. They should just go over to the dragon, okay, they're doing it now. They have Nidalee started up. Yep. Destiny Gate's gonna come in. This is the last hurrah, the final stand.
Yep, Aiming's gonna get devoured though. His Secret, he can't even engage anymore. He's just too low on Elf Hybrid, diving into the backline, but there's a beautiful exhaust, and Aiming gets himself into the Dragon Pit. The rest of Solo One Prince, they just want to kill Smev.
Dragon.
And in the meantime, KT are looking to lock down this Dragon. Flawless moves on over. It's going to be a 50-50 as Hybrid does take down Smev, but the Drake is still going to go over to KT. That is Infernal Soul. Aiming is going to take down Flawless there as Ixu looking for a knock-up, but Tucson has another Devour, and Secret gets a knock-up onto Aiming, but it's not going to be able to knock up the rest of the team, and now Aiming's able to pop off. It's going to be, not a full house, as it's going to be one of them stolen away. So two pair for KT is a double for Aiming, double for Kuro. KT looking to augment it with a Baron.
And Bono did a really good job at securing that Dragon. That was a very high-pressure moment, and this game is definitely over. I really can't imagine a world where SP come back. They don't even have ornaments going their way. They're not going to get access to any whatsoever. And so it's not even like you can say, well, Warren's giving them a lot of gold to make up for the deficit.
No.
Infernal Soul with the Mountain Dragon as well to help buff the resistances. Now, this was a really nice engage attempt, but Tushin had everything. Flashes over, exhausts Hybrid. And then Aiming, he gets into the pit. Now, this was very worrisome. I thought just immediately burst down the Infernal, but they actually delayed it a little bit. giving SP a little bit of time. Flawless in the pit, loses the smite. And this is very mentally tasking because this is 2 key smites he's lost.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, Ezreal is Ezreal's Iron Man here. There's just not really much that they can do. Flash not necessary by Nidalee there.
But sometimes you've just got to use it.
Oh, okay.
Flexing your muscles.
All right. Not a big deal?
Yeah, not a big deal. Not a big deal. At this point, they are so far ahead.
Why didn't you tell me, Alice?
Look, there's nothing to tell.
Alice.
Nothing to tell. I don't know.
What healing is on the enemy team here?
Subjugate. It's very important. Very, very important. Not to mention Grasp with the Undying. That is an entire keystone dedicated to getting health back.
Just gonna
taste the blood from Hybrid's rune choices.
빨간 팀의 포탑이
yeah.
파괴되었습니다.
It's fine. So take it away.
Secret. Secret's passive. His Gleaming Quill.
Ah, yes,
also
yes.
Able to offer a bit of healing there.
Yeah, I should have seen that one.
Yeah, that's all right.
All right. My apologies. Yeah.
Smeb split pushing on the bottom side as we do our best to attempt to not think about certain books. As Mickey's just taking poke, aiming, looking for the True Shot Barrage, but all he's going to do is pressure them away. As now, Ixu wants to take down Smeb. Seems like they're opted in for this one. They may just lose the game if they're trying to take him down, but they want to take a Crocodile with him. As he lives for quite a while. These Nexus turrets probably not going to be so lucky as Subjugate is ticking down onto Bono, but he takes a max range spear as Flawless. And that's going to definitely be a trade loss here for Solo 1.
If it weren't for the minions inting and going on a bit of a vacation, the game definitely would have ended. Now, the unfortunate thing here for SP is that Smeb has teleport, and they are now down a lot of summoners. Look at Secret. He is trying to get the flank of the year.
Yeah, there's the quickness. He's going to... Oh. Whoa. Yeah,
Leave right back in.
Many well handled them. Mickey's going to be taken down. Aiming's going to put the last Mystic shot into him as now Ixu's trying to stand vigil next to his last remaining Nexus turret. But honestly, this game has been over for a little while now as we've ticked to the 11,000 gold mark. Smeb's going to teleport back in and try and get some revenge against these pesky Solo 1 Prince players. But the Nexus, it's going to be taken down, and KT will win a dominant game 1 in under 30 minutes. Definitely a bounce back here for a KT that were struggling in some of their other matches.
Well, a very big victory for them here in game number 1, and also doing it in such dominating fashion that SP's mental could just be broken.
I mean, it looked broken halfway through that game,
yeah.
Right?
Flawless is probably not in the best of emotions right now, given the way that the jungle ended up going.
And if we remember, I mean, Kumo has played one game for Solo 1 Prince in the jungle. He played Rek'Sai, and looked like it was not even as good as Flawless. So his mental's actually very valuable here for Solo 1 Prince, and we'll see whether they can turn it around as we move into game number 2. And KT, they did just look impressive, right? We're not necessarily referring to the draft as impressive, but they did pilot it to the best of their ability. They snowballed very effectively. And Solo 1 Prince just didn't have too much to offer, and I don't think the Kai'Sa Rakan are going to be winning too many points as far as their power level, because I believe that's Kai'Sa sitting at a 0-5 now in the LCK.
Well, we'll see how they manage to bounce back in game 2. I did give my player of the game over to Bono. And
I think there's an argument for Tucson as well. I think Tucson played really, really well on the Tahm Kench. I think his couple of devours onto aiming in that game-winning teamfight around the Infernal Soul were extraordinary. But I think Bono also did, he got the right smites.
Yeah. I really want to point out that Smeb's damage chart at the end is not reflective of his level of play from early to mid. And this is a different kind of cut.
Yeah, it's a bit cool. As we're going to move over to the Korean broadcast. Just check out Sunke. We did for a little while, and Cloud Templar over there. So I'm glad that you guys got to see who's the talent of choice for the LCK for today's matches. But also, I'm looking forward to seeing what KT's got for us in game number 2. Because, yeah.
I want to see a wonky comp out of
Yeah.
SP. Because they have it in them, and I don't think that they're going to win on normal terms.
Let's do our best to try and get an Alawi, for goodness sake. Let's see whether Solo and Prince can pull themselves back together after the break.
Welcome back everybody to the Friday Night's Analyst Stats. Today we'll be joined by Subin Yoon and Lira and Pon for today's analysis.
안녕하세요, 리라 람팀입니다.
It was Sandbox Sorean Prince versus KT Roaster, the two teams with an identical situation. And KT was the first one to start off with a victory in game number 1. KT was having a lot of winning lanes, which actually came off of their draft. Sareon made a mistake, missing their one ban card, and Orianna and Ezreal had a very higher edge over Kai'Sa and Twisted Fate. It's a very traditional counter pick into those two lane champions, and at the same time, Pumpkins was a good counterpart into Twisted Fate's CC. Well, Soreon was looking for a lot of engage with Kai'Sa ultimate and Twisted Fate ultimate in the side lanes, but KT kind of was a huge block with the Tompkins disabling their plan. In addition to that, Kuro was able to counter jungle and find their enemy jungle a lot, so Nidalee had a lot of space to out-jungle the opponents. This was the point where KT had a huge lead in the beginning of the game. Look at the bottom lane. Kai'Sa and Rakan actually had a very leading situation, but at the same time, after Trundle got rid of the control ward in the brush, Nidalee was aware that Trundle is still around the Dragon Pit area. And Nidalee double checks with his control ward and sees that Trundle is trying the dragon. Because it was in Cloud Drake, he was doing a lot of damage onto Trundle. So it was a smite fight between level 6 Nidalee versus level 5 Trundle with less than 10% of HP. Bono could exert a lot of huge pressure onto Trundle, and there was no reason for Ixu to actually answer the TP from Smap. Looking at the top side minion wave, however, Ixu took that TP, and it was a huge loss for the side of Soreon Prince. After that, we had another huge win on the side of KT Roaster. As KT members Kai'Sa on the top side, clearing out the minion wave, shoving into the top tier 2 turret, Tompkins just walked straight forward to the enemy's face. It was a very reckless move, but there was a reason for this action. So Tucson was expanding their territory before they contested for that Drake. I think it was a setup because this engage from Tompkins and the Orianna ult was really on point. If Kai'Sa goes in with his ultimate, it's actually really hard to pull off a very good and ideal result because, well, she can pick up 1 or 2 kills, but at the same time, it's really easy for the opponents to kind of focus on Kai'Sa in the very front line. So that was a huge damage loss on the side of Sandbox Sorean Prince.
이렇게 해서 첫 번째 경기는 KT가 가져가게 됐는데요.
That was a win for the side of KT, and let's check out the player of the game. It's gonna be Bono or Kuro, and it was Bono on Nidalee. He had a huge jungle gap all throughout the game, and that first dragon fight was so critical. It was almost like Trundle and Nidalee was on the same team because it was a smite after Trundle's auto attack. Besides of the objective control and scaling, Bono had 100% pure participation, so he was just doing a very excellent work all throughout the department in League of Legends. And he won every smite fight that happened in this game. Nidalee was hopping around to dodge all the skills from Sorean Prince, and Bono picked up 7 votes out of 12. Sadly, Kuro did not get any votes. But Kuro did make a lot of lead by dodging all the gank attempts and doing a lot of pressure with the Orianna ball. So let's check out whether KT can close out the series with a win in game number 2.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, as per usual, for your wonderful analyst desk translation. And yeah, let's see whether Kuro can actually get some votes. Feels a little bit bad for Pon there, but I'm glad that Tusun got a bit of a look in. 3 votes there, but Bono, as LS so correctly voted for, is going to walk away with that one. And like, I've seen what you guys have been saying. You know, it's likely one of the best games we've seen from Bono ever. And I don't know whether that's necessarily good news or bad news, but for this series, it's certainly fantastic. We'll see whether Bono is going to be able to continue to progress further in this season, because so far it has been a relatively rough one, especially their last matchup into Damwon, which was a very swift 0-2. Let's see whether it's going to continue to be swift in this series, though, in the other direction, as KT now putting on some red shorts, and we'll see whether Solo Prince are going to actually, ban with all of their bans instead of letting one slip through.
Yeah. See how this one ends up working out for you.
Indeed. Solo One Prince, see what their first ban's going to be. A little bit more flexibility here on this side of the draft. KT, a little bit forced into banning away that Varus, as Kalista is going to be the first cab off the rank. In fact, was banned by KT last game. Alright, we're gonna double ban, at least use the double noise, just to make sure that Varus is super banned this time around. Still 100% pick ban. I believe he's sitting at 50% win rate at the moment, with a few of our teams being a little bit more successful at leaving it available.
Yeah.
The lethal tempo Varus, certainly not one that inspired many. As Ashe taken away from KT. Solo One Prince might just be banning everything on the bottom lane, as Karma's going to be taken away.
And now will Aphelios or Israel end up biting the dust?
I think you ban Ezreal away from aiming here and then pick Aphelios, because now you don't have to deal with the Ashe, potentially. Not sure. The Ashe is a little bit curious.
Yeah. Well, there's the Ezreal.
All right, well, we're correct so far.
KT now have option to ban away Aphelios. And that would be very interesting. 580 carry ban.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be.
Wow. This is a... I don't even... I'm not totally sure. Can we get some Twitch hovers?
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Yuumi is available.
And some wide peepo happies.
Yeah.
Oh, LEC's later tonight.
Yeah.
Crowny.
Oh, dear. All right, well, Trundle, priorities back up to the very top once again. I saw him slip through until 4th pick on red side in the last series. Just ludicrous, especially for the LCK. Back where he belongs. First picked here by Solo One Prince. As I think, you know, we could just see Yuumi Olaf locked in here by KT, theoretically. Yeah. But you don't like picking Olaf into the Trundle that much. And, you know, Bono does definitely love his Lee Sin, which was banned in game number 1.
Well, Lee Sin is going to get picked up here by KT. And we'll see what they end up pairing him with. This is obviously a very weird champion pick because, again, what I mentioned in the previous game, you go through all the games where Lee Sin's won, and you actually ask yourself, what is his contribution? And you also ask yourself why he looks like he's just a sinking ship in mid-late game transitions where it's so hard to find kick targets. Especially in the current meta, he's just very, very vulnerable.
Especially with all of our 80 carries that are just so good at getting out of kicks, as we might have bullet hell for the bottom lane. As Yuumi Lucian could come in for Hybrid and Secret. We saw this work out very, very well for DRX already this season. And was an old favorite of ours here in the LCK. Don't know whether Yumi's ever been part of anyone's favorite things, especially if they're going up against it, but have seen some good performances. And Mickey's hovering Ahri as his answer to Twisted Fate. Certainly something that did work into the champion in seasons past, but not going to be locked away as we've got the final time.
I actually wouldn't mind. Well, this is actually a little bit interesting. Jhin is getting hovered, but cool. Whatever you can pair with Bard is going to be really good here in general. I would actually like to see Bard picked up before the AD carry, because the AD carries, the pool is still actually wide.
Yeah, I mean,
Given that
it's so thin that it's now wide, right?
Yes, as weird as that is. So you cut off like the top of the I don't even know, the coconut? Is the coconut hollow?
Yeah, I like to think that we've eliminated the A tier and the S tier, and the B tier is extraordinarily
it's very,
full.
Yes, there is so much space inside the ball that you've cut into.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you're getting further down the coconut. I get it. I'm with you. I'm with you. Like, the circumference is getting larger.
There's a much more articulate way to say that.
Yeah, I know, but
I am failing.
I mean, at least we're there together, you know, in this absolutely terrible analogy. As Maokai going to be taken away from Tucson. Better ban that volley bear.
Yep.
I wonder whether volley bear still works as a fastable champion. In theory,
yeah, he is.
It does. Yeah.
I think support and jungle are actually his best roles. Top, not so much. So I would be a little bit curious, but I'm very bewildered here as how Bard is not considered just such a good spot all around.
Although you don't see Bard paired with Senna all that often. We're gonna the fasting Bard situation. Make sure he gets to his rapid fire cannon earlier. I do like the idea, but may not necessarily work out. Would be very interested though. Is Kennen going to be taken away?
Well, Kennen getting removed is very surprising. Wukong could end up getting fasted by Senna.
I like this. Still a flex pick, so you can save Smeb's pick till last, or just give him the monkey and make sure that your bottom lane is in the best position possible. Pantheon's still available. I mean, that is frightening, especially when you've got man drop into Destiny Gate. Everyone can sort of turn up at the same time. As Ixu, here's the Alawi. We mentioned this. It was banned in game number 1 and looked over in game number 2. And Silas is going to be picked in the end. So that we could still get our Alawi.
Yeah, the very strange thing is that Silas is kind of awkward. When you look at a lot of these ultimates right now, yes, there's Destiny Gate and there's Senna too, but Wukong and Lee Sin, very situational. Okay, so it's going to be Silas versus Twisted Fate. Now, I don't know if, well, Kuro's actually probably not going to go hybrid Twisted Fate, but that would be a lot better against Silas than AP. And Alawi is here, so Lucian is one of Alawi's most difficult matchups. Set is...
I feel like Showstopper works pretty well in your favor. You get to move Alawi away from her tentacles. Gnar is different. Fasting Gnar. Let's go. Put the Wukong top lane.
I
Actually,
wonder
no,
if
you don't want Wukong into Alawi.
one of the... I mean, Lucian is so much better than Gnar in this instance, because Gnar eventually does still funnel into what Soleil Prince are trying to achieve. So, it's just a very peculiar champion altogether. It will have control in the laning phase, but it will taper off harder than, say, a Lucian would, and that's where the concern comes in. So, Ixu is... I mean, Soleil, you'd have to imagine this is all sort of just comfort at this point, and they are screaming out of their minds right now.
I mean, sometimes you got to hype yourself up when you fall down in game number 1 pre-30 minutes. And Ixu does have his hands on his Alawi. He is the resident cheerleader for this team. And he's now on a champion that he's known for, right?
Yeah.
You can see like how a team fight's supposed to go if Solo Prince are going to win. You know, you get the bullet time across the enemy team. You've got the final chapter there as well, holding everyone in place. And then you just smash everyone with tentacles. And the fight's over in an instant. Layering all of that together and actually making it work, though, can be very difficult, especially if you don't have control of the map. So Solo Prince, there is a lot on them to make sure that they get control early and they hold on to that. But KT on the other side, we've got that fasting Wukong happening once again. Aiming's going to be the one piloting the Senna this time out, and Kuro is on his very famous Twisted Fate, whose win rate at the beginning of this season was extraordinarily high. See whether it's going to be pushed back up there after losing a game or two in more recent times by picking up a win here on the side of KT. But Solo Prince, a little bit more of an interesting composition. Whether it's going to work out is something we're about to find out.
Well, Let's take a look at how the play is going to work out. KT, they're just starting off with a fan everywhere. Tushin is going to be the one piloting the Wukong.
Yep, of course, very famous for playing animals in the support position to very great effect. His bear being our personal favorite. Fasted volley bear that he debuted here in the LCK was extraordinarily impressive.
Rest in pieces for the volley bear as he was reworked.
Indeed. We still see more volley bear now, though, so I guess maybe we should be happy. His dance is still awesome.
You know what's really cool is that didn't Riot say that no champion is ever actually removed from the game? They're just still in the code somewhere.
Oh,
so volley bear really living up.
Just like tangled in the spaghetti somewhere.
It's tangled in there. So in there lies old Mordekaiser, old Atrox.
Oh, don't tell me about it. I'll get all nostalgic.
Old volley bear.
You mean old Mordekaiser or old Mordekaiser? Or old Mordekaiser? Oh. I know, we're going back really, really far, but there are some champions that have certainly been, gluttons when it comes to the rework bandwagon. I loved original Mordekaiser. He was just so great.
Yeah.
Just walk at people with your shield on. Doesn't really matter what you do. And your Q, like, throws out other little Qs.
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
just gold. As, Kuro, a couple of losses now, but still 9 wins. Pretty damn good.
Kuro 9-2 on the Twisted Fate. And this team composition, I mean, round and round, SP, they do have some benefit on their side, but if KT get ahead, it's very hard for SP to stabilize, and it all comes back to Alawi, who's likely going to be behind in EXP, behind in gold. She's going to have a much harder time in the game.
You can see Smeb putting a lot of pressure on top side if you have a look at those CS numbers, but now with Ixu having that wave underneath his turret might be helping out here. His aiming's at about 250 health, and Flawless is going to make his way in. Good ward there, does spot things out, but KT do lose control despite getting level 2 at around the same time. Wildcard's not actually avoided there by Mickey, who goes down to 200 himself. Kuro eating through his corrupting potion charges at the same clip as Mickey. See whether this could be a bait opportunity for Flawless to actually capitalize on, but KT know exactly what side of the map this Trundle's on, and so Kuro going to be cheating to exactly the right side of the map. Everything working out here for KT so far as Bono going to turn up, see what he can do as far as counter gank opportunities. Just going to move towards this top side Rift Scuttler. So things going absolutely fine for KT so far, apart from maybe this bottom lane struggling.
Yep. And we'll see what the transitions all have in store for us. Ixu.
Okay, he's going to test the Spirit of the Nah, but I have a feeling that he's going to pass.
Oh!
As there's the Q. It's going to land. Bono just locks down First Blood. Easy as you like.
And that's a very nice First Blood pickup. Required 0 flashes.
Absolutely loved the patience Bono showed as well. Lined it up and took the right shot.
He's been playing very good so far in this game number 2 and 1. In this series, how about that? There we go. That's the better way to throw that one down. All right, that's not fair.
Well, that was a wallop.
That's really cool. Yeah, land 1 ability, and awesome. Great, love it. 50% HP.
Yep.
Take it away.
And still going to be spawning a whole bunch of more tentacles around Smeb that are going to be frustrated after that was actually killed. So that's why you do max that ability. Just Spirit pretty damn good. That was so cool as well. Did you see that? Just slid it over. Beautiful stuff by Bono. Smeb losing the trade afterwards. Don't care about that one. All about Bono.
Well, we can see that Ixu looks like he's going Tiamat on Alawi.
Yeah.
Or I'm not totally sure what direction he's going, actually.
An eclectic bunch of items.
Yeah.
Actually. I think building a Phage as early as possible is definitely a good idea. Alawi does like to be able to stick to her targets. Maneuverability, certainly a good thing. And cooldown reduction, something you absolutely love. So Black Cleaver likely to be that first item. As you guys probably are aware, Mickey in this mid lane just clears that one out. He's doing absolutely fine as well up against Kuro. It's going to be all about when these level 6 marks get hit. And when Kuro and Bono can get around this map and pair the Dragon Rage kick with the Destiny Gate for pretty comfortable pickoffs, is Bono not going to be able to find the Q, and that's why Flawless is able to win that trade so handedly.
Yep.
Good pillar.
Senna on her way back down into bot lane. Cloud Dragon, first one of the game yet again. Kuro is actually going to miss a little bit of CS. As
About the
Mickey.
experience.
Yeah. Destiny Gate is available. He's just moving over to come in and tag the Dragon, get a little bit of EXP, get some mana restore. Now he's going to walk away with his E fully stacked. You got the stack deck.
Like it a lot. Make sure you maximize any damage.
You know, they
Moving
raised
into the lane.
Twisted Fate's base AD to 52 so that it's a deck,
Yeah, that's actually beautiful.
but I feel like it should be 53. You know, ace up the sleeve. That's what it should have.
Oh, that's true.
They really lost out on the opportunity here.
And also, Shaco fans are going to be pretty upset because I believe 52 doesn't actually include the Joker, which is unfortunate, as there's the leap of faith from Ixu, but Smeb looks like he's going to be able to make it out of here very easily. Also has Mega Gnar to give him that extra health back.
And this is also the awkward thing is Gnar can't really ride an advantage as hard as a Lucian could. Lucian can just make the lane completely unplayable. So, Alawi actually, very surprising, but Ixu's managed to be pretty much okay even after that first blood, blowing away the flash. Smeb is somehow down in EXP. He just dinged 7, but Ixu has been 7, yeah.
Hybrid in trouble as Tucson looking for an opportunity. No Cyclone available, and aiming still level 4, which is suboptimal.
Yep.
Oh, Bono's back though, and Ixu doesn't have his flash available yet. Some wards to be taken down. And Hybrid just keeps tanking these snares.
Yeah. Taking a lot of damage. Twisted Fate still hasn't really utilized Destiny Gate, so lane manipulation, not really a very big thing that's happening right now. Lee Sin is not going to be able to make his way down to...
All right, that's Silas coming in with his own destiny. Is Mickey going to get the flash out of aiming? But in the meantime, Tucson's already killed the Misfortune. As Kuro's going to come in, and it looks like the guy who actually has Destiny Gate as his ultimate is going to be the victor in this scenario. 3 kills already for KT at 8 minutes.
And that was just a really good move. Over, they match the Twisted Fate ultimate. And KT now with a 3-0 lead. 2,500 gold in the bank. They're going to roll an Infernal Dragon. It's going to be really good for them.
It's feeling a little bit like game number 1, LS. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, absolutely is. Smep placing a control ward down there. Bono going to get their Herald. Let's take a look at this one more time. Look at Kuro moving on the minimap, anticipating that Mickey would be coming with Destiny Gate, because realistically, there's no Destiny Gate available for Twisted Fate here if he's just coming down on his own.
Yeah.
Because SP would have to agree to take the fight, which there's no way to really get them to do.
As the kickback, Flawless going to get snared. Bono with a max range Q that was unnecessary. The Senna's going to be able to lock that one down, and Solo and Prince, much like in game number 1, look like they may have collapsed here in the early game. Smeb trying to get out of the way of a lot of these tentacles and does so. Not going to have his spirit tested this time around. That allows him to win out on even more of these trades. So we still have close to 5 minutes left on turret plates as well, and you can see KT moving up to try and take them down.
Well, Alawi's going to have to show us her moves.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
There's
that's
the Gnar into the wall.
yeah,
Wallop.
dead.
Yep. Real dead. Wasn't even close.
Well, Smeb and aiming now. Just going to end up sharing a turret plate. Gnar does not appreciate that, I'll tell you that much.
Down here bottom side.
Yeah.
Will at least be able to get himself a plate here. Tucson. Oh, he's still going to go aggressive.
Be really careful, because if Yuumi manages to snare him, he's dead to Misfortune ultimate. Mickey down here now as well. And I'm not honestly so sure what he's doing. He's going to finally back off. They know about Mickey and Flawless. And so these are very unfortunate map rotations. This is almost a 5,000 gold lead, by the way, at 10 minutes. So this is completely blown out of the water. I'm not
It's feeling like an early dinner.
like Godzilla did a cannonball in the Pacific. I'm not really, not really sure.
It's actually an adorable image.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. As, this is how this all started. It was actually flawless. Started off the fight. Bono's going to move away from Shelly. That was a very nice cue that he landed, but ultimately unnecessary in the end.
And then Ixu, he misses the test of spirit and then just gets slammed up against the wall by Smeb. Very easy takedown. And it's hard to imagine a world where SP come back because Yuumi and MF are not particularly ahead at all in this game. They're behind. Silas is a useless champion against the enemy team comp. We outlined that in the draft phase. He doesn't really have anything that he's going for in particular. And Alawi is very behind. And she would have been the main centerpiece to the team comp, being able to have a leg to stand on.
And now even further behind than you can see in the CS margin or anything like that. You might look at it and say 6 CS, doesn't really matter, but Smeb has this whole wave to pick up. He's taken down the entirety of the plate's top side, and they still have 3.5 minutes left to get even more.
This game is just looking so doomed for Sully 1 Prince, because also the Infernal's about to get picked up, which is going to give them a lot of free stats. There's still 2.5 minutes on turret plates as well.
Oh, that is a fantastic pillar from Flawless there. Knew that he had to deny Bono so that he couldn't get in range for a Q after that gold card. So he's going to keep himself alive. Tucson can move out of the way of the Make It Rain.
I'm very surprised with how reserved KT is actually playing this. And also Smeb just perma-shoving up Alawi in top lane rather than trying to utilize the item advantage to exert pressure elsewhere, because there's still turret plates in mid.
Ooh.
And so a little bit surprising.
Yep.
Now, it is still 5,000 gold lead basically here for KT. I don't know what SP are thinking.
All right, gold card comes in. There's the teleport. Bono over the wall. It is a pincer. There's the flash. Kick onto Flawless. They're just going to get rid of him, as now Tucson's just spinning behind Hybrid, and the final chapter utilized just to try and stop the monkey from killing them. KT will be able to take down this Infernal Drake. 2 more, and they'll be sitting on a soul, and it's going to be a mountain once again.
And that's
back-to-back Earth, Wind, and Fires.
Yeah, that is a very, very rough dragon for SP to have roll. Honestly, I mean, I put the L in LS, and I'm going to have to give SP an L here. This is not looking like the game.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's they don't have a W in their name because they chose to spell the 1 like O-N-E instead of W-O-N, which maybe they'll change that. There's the kickback. Go for the jungler if you're fighting around an objective such as this. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And Tucson totally okay with not locking down any kills just there. They wanted to create space to collect themselves a free dragon. And you can see KT, we're off to a flying start. This is actually on track for a perfect game.
Yeah, it is. And so I don't really know if SP are somehow going to come back in this game. It's going to be on the back of Alawi doing the things that the Alawi main doesn't even know what's going on.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about? When she slammed the tentacles and things start happening.
Yep, you see the tentacles get slammed and you know that that player is slamming their forehead into their keyboard as well. That's how that one works. I actually, you know, remember playing with Pulse back in the day, an Alawi aficionado, and he certainly did show us that. Didn't actually watch what his forehead was doing while he was playing, because we would often play in booths back in OCE. But never mind that. KT still utter control. Turret plates have fallen down, so SP not going to be bleeding anymore in that regard. But you're right, it just feels like, what are they supposed to do? And what tools do they have to get themselves back in? And outside of the Alawi doing some crazy Alawi things, I'm just not sure. It's now Bono sneaking in behind Mickey. Mickey does have flash. Shouldn't be going down too easily. That snare is not going to land either, and okay, Secret Agent Bono, that's not what you do when you come out of that brush. This Test the Spirit does come in. Bono's going to break it as early as he possibly can. Spawn some tentacles here. No harm, no foul.
Well, 2.5 minutes until the Mountain Dragon comes up, and KT just seem to be taking it very slow and reserved. And we just look at the items that are going to be coming in soon, and there's not really a whole lot of hope. Mickey is stuck on Proto Belt. You can't really imagine what he's going to try to even go towards second, because nothing's going to come online by the second dragon. Twisted Fate They're going to be at 7, 8 stacks on Roa at that third fight. Misfortune's only 1 core item. Yuumi also very far behind due to the way that everything's been transpiring this game, and so it's just near impossible for them to really fight. Even if Yuumi tries to attach to Alawi, I just don't... They're not going to have the damage to break through Senna. Everything is just going to be very hard. They do manage to get themselves a turret.
Yep, so that's going to destroy the perfect game. So at least Solo and Prince have that going for them. Iksu up here towards the top side is also going to have an okay time against Smev as he continues to get pushed in. He with his destiny, but I don't know whether he really wants to be teleporting anywhere as Smev's on a ward. But Iksu not going to be able to steal away the Gromp. Aiming coming into the brush, and this is probably one of the strongest centers that we've seen for a really long time, especially of the Glacial Augment variety. 2-0 and 3 right now, and actually has a bounty on her head. Aiming certainly performing well. Sorry, but actually poked down a lot of damage. It's just not something that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, absolutely not. As, all right, 1 minute until the Mountain Dragon. We've just been playing a whole lot of ping pong. Here at the LCK, we do not freeze.
Nope, that's not what we're about.
We melt. That is exactly...
It's summer, dude. It's
Yeah.
real hot, actually, over here. I struggle.
By the way, when you say the word summer, do you think of hot or cold?
I think of hot because the name summer is...
So
even
in
though we're in the
Australia,
summer,
do they say winter when it's summer in the northern hemisphere?
No, it's just opposite. So, like, summer is still hot. Winter is
Oh,
still
you just
cold.
use the word to describe it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what's the season called?
What do you mean?
Wait.
No, you just flip it around. Just flip it around. So we're upside down, the southern hemisphere, right? So when it's winter in America, it's summer in Australia.
I just realized that I think of the words as month periods, not just like weather. Oh, that's weird. I'm an idiot. You take it away.
No. It's one of those things. It's southern hemisphere gets a little bit confusing for some. You know, it's all based on our experiences. There's a destiny to come through. That's going to be Kuro's one. Make It Rain, not going to really find too many targets, but neither is Bono. Mickey comes in, but misses absolutely everything, and now the Leap of Faith comes forward. Tusa not going to be falling to that one, though, as that was a decoy. Almost tricked me there, as it looks like Solo One Prince are going to be able to take down this Drake. Unless Bono can get back in here. It's down to pretty low health as Flawless now on it by himself. In goes Tucson, wants to be able to take this one down himself, but he's not going to be able to. As in fact, the Misfortune is doing a lot of work in this fight, making sure that KT can't get in. But as you can see, it doesn't even really matter. KT just move on over. They're going to take the outer turret in the mid lane. And yes, they lost a Mountain Drake. They're still going to reign supreme when it comes to successful objective taking.
They're up 6,000 gold right now. They're going to end up taking away this blue. Now, the other thing is the base levels. If you look across the board, you have Lee Sin is up 2.5 levels. Mickey somehow, Mickey's ahead of Kuro, even though Kuro did just ding 12. And we got a little bit of a fight going on right now. The Blind Monk versus Silas.
Yeah, Bono actually not going to get baited into that fight either. Understands that a couple of extra members were moving on up there. It did look like he was doing a bit of extra damage. We're going to have a look at this fight one more time.
And we'll just take a look at how this transpired. And Iksu is really just the gatekeeper here. It's so hard to approach Alawi.
Oh, yeah.
So this is a team that is 6,000 gold down and an Infernal Drake, and Alawi's basically acting as Gandalf in this fight, saying, "You shall not pass." And every single time you see Alawi, it doesn't matter how far behind she is, doesn't matter if she's underleveled, she always looks so menacing, and it's always so confusing to me when pro teams around the world and players refuse to try to pick her up.
Yeah, and I mean, actually, there's one rule to Alawi. I think it's actually beautiful with how she's made, as Tucson is going to get another triple knock up here. Gets underneath his turret, but Mickey, Kingslayer, going to get his health back. He is going to lock down the kill onto the Wukong. Meanwhile, KT pushing on the bottom side. But yeah, Iksu, like, I said Iksu, but I mean Alawi. Alawi has just such a clear win condition, right? You get to the objective first, and you're likely to win. Very similar to something like Heimerdinger.
Yeah.
You have to set up your tentacles, And look, they were set up, but when there's 3 versus 1, it's just not quite enough there. And now Ixu is 0, and
she still sends out so much damage.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's the real. So the way that I liken her, she's the AD or the physical damage version of Cassiopeia against hard engage in short range team compositions. She takes on that mantle, and I really like what you're saying because I think people don't think about it enough. Well, actually, take it away.
All right. Well, Tucson, I believe, doesn't have his ultimate available just yet. Flawless is still going to go down extraordinarily low. You can see Secret trying to keep Hybrid up, but I don't know whether it's going to work, and Bono's going to put his heel into the Misfortune. That's going to be a triple kill for the Lee Sin as KT move it straight over to the Baron.
And that's going to be the Baron getting taken by KT. This is going to persist into the Mountain Drake, which is coming up in 2 minutes. And this probably is all that she wrote here for Solid One Prince.
Yeah, it was looking a bit dicey before that moment, and it's only looking worse now. As you can see, Kuro reacting to his teleport. It's a really nice play here from KT, despite Tucson not having his ultimate.
This is the bread and butter thing. You ask yourself, is it really worth losing the game over 500 gold? Is it imperative that we get this mid-tier 1 turret right now? And the answer is obviously no.
Yeah.
So they end up getting clapped. Alawi was dead during this, and she's so important to the team comp. And like I was saying right before the team fight rudely interrupted us, was if Alawi is first to the objective, she's Gandalf. They just cannot try to pass. The Test of Spirit, her tentacle setup with her passive, everything is so obnoxious. If she has to come into you, things can get a little bit awkward, but she can still slowly encroach on your territory just by moving forward, constantly throwing out and aiming or fishing for the spirit. But definitely much easier to play against in that regard. I'm just happy we got to see her. Don't really care that she's 0-3-0 because I think that she still showed her strengths.
Yeah, precisely.
Even though everything was going bad.
The fact that she was doing that at 0-2 as well and still requires that much respect certainly is enough to prove the point, in my opinion. Entirely agree with you. And I think that KT have now recognized that they just need to get to objectives first and control areas. As Smeb gets his spirit tested, not going to die from it just yet, as he does have Mega Gnar coming up and the rest of his team coming down. Solid One Prince not going to be able to jump on the Gnar at this stage in time aiming. Alright, just going to get bopped a little bit there. Otherwise, it's going to be alright. Kuro in the mid lane, getting that split push on. And split push and Tucson on the top side of the map. Love to see it. Out of his Wukong. Very similar to his playstyle on the Volibear. Smeb down here on the bottom side. Still just trying to deal with it.
Oh, landed a...
Yep.
Okay.
Basically how this works, but you can see Smeb playing pretty comfortably up against Ixu right now, even though still those E's are landing.
Alawi has 1 item. She did so much damage.
Yeah, right?
It's truly a sight to behold.
And it's just so much value for landing, like, literally 1 ability.
Yeah.
You land your E, you win a trade. It's so binary.
Yep. She is very, very, very good. Also, one of Volibear's biggest counters.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. He likes to jump in on
He
top
likes
of
to
you.
jump in,
and then you
says,
press
"Thank
the...
you." Well,
you're both jumping up and down?
In laning phase, it is a bit of a mini-game because you can block Alawi's ultimate with your ultimate, and generally you have to save it, which is where the mini-game does come in. So the laning phase is a little bit interesting, but generally she puts him in spots where he can't really... He's ulting to save himself. It's not the other way around.
Well, that was a little bit sad. Flawless, unable to close any distance onto Smeb here towards the bottom side. Hopefully next time we do get to see some of this Volibear Alawi stuff. I just want to see I want to see Alawi from someone other than Ixu.
Yeah.
I want one of our players to realize that actually she is really good. She's going to die once again. Does get a Test of Spirit off. You saw how much damage it is capable of, but only 1 tentacle going off is absolutely not what we want to see. And this is KT just way too far ahead. So let's not include that in our analysis for Alawi. It's just going to make us sad and seem silly. It's over 10,000 gold in the lead here for KT.
Bullet time.
That clears out the wave. Buys a bit of time here for Solid One Prince.
Yep. And I mean, they're staring down the Mountain Soul. They're just trying to really hang on. Silas is not really that much of a champion right now. He has Proto Belt and Zanya's, so pretty useless. versus this team composition. He has no damage, and he's not going to out-sustain some of the members on the side of KT. So a lot of it is going to come down to, can Yuumi set up a good enough bullet time, and can Alawi get a multi-man ultimate in the next Hail Mary team fight? But they're down 10,000 gold, and honestly, that was very rude. That ultimate? Yeah.
It was. The chain CC really did make us quite upset. Because the Alawi should be better than that, but not happening this time around. Hybrid has been farming extraordinarily well. Currently sitting at 20 CS ahead of the clock. And also Flame Horizon Tucson, who is, I guess, his direct opposition when it comes to farm. Don't know whether it actually matters. You just need to look at the bounties above the heads of all of the KT players to understand just how ahead they are. As Flawless, he does have a Yuumi. Prowling Projectile does a fair bit of damage there to aiming, but this is what KT need to do. They just need to control the objectives before Solo One Prince. And there's not too many options because the Alawi loses so much of her strength, as we were talking about. Tucson is just a bit of a living ward at the moment. Waiting for an opportunity. Ixu moves on in. Looks like they are going to be able to lock down their own popcorn chicken. Mountain Drake going to be up in a minute and a half, and the Baron is going to be available in 30 seconds.
Well, we'll see what SB can actually manage to do at this team fight. Ixu has the cap on his shoulder.
Yep, Smeb has a Mortal Reminder completed.
Yeah, it's a very big Gnar right now.
He is a big boy. 2-0 and 5. But when you look at the top of the screen and it's 11-1, you can imagine that there are going to be some pretty impressive score lines.
Definitely report Tushin at the end of this game.
I know, 100%.
Now, here's something I really actually... I mean, some people are going to say, well, it's giving you 20% CDR. But Black Cleaver and Triforce, when you have two teammates that already have Black Cleaver for you, it just strikes me as very odd.
I just hate the redundancy on the Rage passive.
Yep.
I just really don't
You're
like
losing
it.
that value. You're not really getting total value out of the Shred because your teammates are helping you apply it on targets.
I mean, you basically instantly stack it to 5, right? I mean, that's cool.
I mean, yeah, well, 6.
Right.
Yeah. 7's after 6, I can count.
I told you, my mathematics really has been struggling recently.
Honestly, Valdez wouldn't have made it to 3. So. You know?
I appreciate that. As Tucson, he's going to dive into the back line. They did not have vision of that whatsoever. As the Wukong is going to fall down, but so is the Misfortune. And now Alawi's trying to do her Alawi things, but has to flash out of the way. And in fact, is just going to die. And it just looks like KT's wallets are too heavy at this stage, and Solo One Prince can't lift them up. The Baron should be taken here for free. And yes, Tucson fell down, but he absolutely did his job. Speaking of doing their job, aiming 2-0 and 10, only missing out on 1 kill as far as contribution is concerned. A very scary center, probably the scariest we've seen all season so far.
Yep. And let's take a look at what Solo One are going to try to do. They're going to respond by bursting down. Now, see, this is the DRX, by the way.
Yeah,
this is the DRX. Or, you know what, honestly, I almost just said the F word. Let's just call it the LCK. You know, like,
that starts with L, though. I'm confused. We're going to have another team fight, so I'll just take it away for a second. As Mickey just running around the back of the pit, he has absolutely nowhere to go. In secret, he's going to suffer the same fate. Smeb trying to get on top of Flawless. I have a feeling he's going to be able to, especially with that flash as the Make It Rain comes in. But Smeb is going to have his Gnar real soon. That's a triple kill, in fact, as the kickback to deliver a quadra. But Ixu's going to flash the Gnar. We'll get underneath this inhibitor turret. Don't know whether he's exactly safe just yet, as aiming does so much damage, and Bono locks down the kill, landing that Q. Smeb would have liked it. Would have liked to see a Gnar pentakill at this stage of the game, but KT just happy to see a dead Nexus, and I have a feeling they are very close to locking this one down at a very similar clip to game number 1. We're sitting at 29 minutes and 50 seconds, and KT are already dancing next to the enemy fountain.
Well, that is going to do it for game number 2. What a fast series.
Yeah.
Overall, KT really making a bit of a statement here.
And I wasn't expecting it, to be honest. I was going into this series thinking that Solo One Prince were probably going to be able to take away at least one of these games, but certainly not able to. KT, very good performance here, and maybe this is going to be the start of something.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that KT aiming, obviously showing a lot of good play. And the other thing is that Bono just had a very, very good performance here tonight. Very, very surprising. Smeb continuing to be very consistent up there in the top lane, which is good news for them. KT's next matches, however, going to be Afrika and DRX.
A little bit scary.
Before they start to get any easy matchups. So that is, or easier, I should say.
Yeah, they had a little bit of time outside of the fry pan, but they're going to jump into the fire pretty soon. Because they faced Team Dynamics, who were performing very, very well in their first match. That was their debut, I believe. And took down KT, raised some eyebrows in favor of Dynamics, who recently fell to DRX, not necessarily living up to all of the hype, but certainly some of it.
Yep.
But Genji and Damwon, they're really difficult opposition, especially at this stage. Genji looking in flying form, Damwon look unbelievable, especially off the back of Showmaker with all of his success in solo queue, and Damwon just being really good at scrims in general. Damwon with momentum are a very, very scary team. So, I mean, KT, this is going to mean a lot to them, especially with the way that they were able to lock down these 2 victories. I think a lot of people were looking at Bono and wondering where Tarzan is to come and save KT, you know? But after this game, I'm feeling like Bono definitely earning his spot on this roster. And going from Nidalee to Lee Sin, very aggressive champions, but played them out very, very well.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling that we're going to look at a solo Pog here for Bono.
Yeah, I think
things go correct.
Very possible that he does end up getting solo player of the game. We'll hear from him in the MVP interview.
And we'll hear from him regardless.
Yeah, well, that's true. As the next matchup, though, for Solly 1 is it's very unfortunate, but it is going to be DRX. So,
ooh. Yeah, they actually go up against DRX at very similar times. It's only a day or two that separate between them. Because you can see KT will be up against DRX in the first match, I believe, next week. Something like that.
Well, we take a look at some of the highlights here. And this was the very good Destiny Gate match by Twisted Fate. Ixu was already behind at this point in time, especially after that level 1 gank. I mean, he played the lane out after that very well and salvaged it, but it just was not really enough. This was, I mean, this was the end. Trundle, he screamed for his life. Was not going to be of any use.
He wanted to go back under his bridge. I think
I don't blame him.
Time. So this is Tucson teleporting in with no ultimate. The KT just being better in this particular fight. They had a lot more money, but this is what a snowball's all about. You just have to go for the opportunities that you can find, and Solo 1 Prince, unfortunately, found themselves in the river where they did not belong. And yes, they probably did need about this many people to still take down Ixu. He was able to farm out very well as Tucson gets this dive once again, and this was with Ixu still transitioning, still walking through the jungle, unable to actually get enough time to get all of the tentacles in position, and then, you know, Leap of Faith was used into a stun into his death. So KT playing around the strengths of the Alawi very, very well, even though we did see what Alawi is capable of in previous fights.
Well, definitely a bit of a stomp here in this game.
I think it's just really good to see that this KT roster are able to get themselves together, because so many of us were just so nostalgic looking at Kuro and Smeb back together again. The fact that Aiming and Tucson are so impressive to watch in so many of their games.
That very last highlight, it instantly came into my head. Liu Kang versus Goro is what it looked like.
Yeah.
The bicycle kick.
Yep.
Yeah.
There are some really great bicycle kick memes, by the way, on the
Oh, I just realized there's no, like, least... They have a lot of Mortal Kombat as skins on some of the champions.
Yeah, true. I mean, Shen.
Shen is a really good example. He has the Sub-Zero, he has the Scorpion.
Yep.
And they even made Chameleon, which is a Philios, which is really cool. You know?
A little bit more abstract in the reference, but I do like it.
Yeah, I'm really surprised, actually, that there's not, like, a Liu Kang-esque Lee Sin skin.
I mean, Pax Jax is very Raiden, so we've got that one.
Yeah,
too.
that one, yeah.
My favorite skin in the game, by the way. I was very proud when I got that one a very, very long time ago. Quite difficult as an Australian to pick that skin up. Anyway, that's a bit of an aside, and we need to continue praising KT because they are looking much better after this one. And after you guys were watching Damwon just take them down pretty easily, Damwon did the same thing to T1. So this might mean that those of us that are wanting KT to make it to the playoffs, that 5th spot could have their name on it. Although there is some stiff competition for that one as well. I think that our bottom 3 are looking pretty confirmed, or bottom 2 at least, in Sandbox not really getting across the line, and Solo Prince also struggling a lot so far this season. But Afrika have had their moments. KT have now found a moment for themselves. Humble Life, another team that is probably towards that bottom side of the map. The standings as well.
I mean, it's really looking like the top 4 is going to be DRX, Genji, T1, and Damwon.
Yep.
And then who's fighting for the 5th slot is actually Dynamics, KT, and Afrika.
Yeah.
Which is very even.
I think it's actually really cool, right?
I really like this because it feels like we have actually quite a bit of teams again in the LCK, even though the top 4 is obviously very heavy.
Yeah.
Last split, in spring, there was a period where 3rd through 10th were all like actually.
Yeah, that's a one.
Yeah.
7-0-3 on the Lee Sin though. Player of the game goes to Bono, as we would expect. Played this one out really, really beautifully. In fact, the Pro View is my personal favorite. Just swiped over and collects his paycheck. Beautiful stuff there from Bono. Identifying targets, being aggressive when he needed to be, instead of just throwing aggression to the wind, which has largely got KT into a lot of trouble with Bono at the helm. This was definitely a different example. This was controlled aggression. This was the rest of KT playing around Bono's location and allowing him to succeed. And just shows, I mean, he is a very mechanically gifted player, always has been. It's been his decision-making that's got him into trouble. Not so much in this game, though. As, pretty clean stuff from the Lee Sin. It's just going to be that solo interview. We'll see what Sunkei is going to be able to get out of Bono here, because we don't get to see him.
Yeah, we don't know what really is going to be on his mind, as well as this is a super important win for them as they near the end of round 1.
Yeah, absolutely. So I believe that interview is just around the corner. And I think we have G-Sun standing by with some interview translation as well. There is no music anymore. As here we go. There's the interview.
There it is.
So take it away, G-Sun.
Thank you very much, guys. This is G-Sun with the translation, and we'll be hearing from Bono picking up the second match win of the split. Bono, in the previous interview, even before the split, you said you want to have a really great start of the season. So how do you feel right now? Compared to the spring split, I think we were able to stop the losing streak earlier. But recently we were really underperforming and having really bad results, so it was a little bit worrisome. But today, I'm happy that we were able to get a very clean result. Holding mic with 2 hands from Bono. But let's move on to the game talk. So this is the first ever solo POG from the jungle role. Congratulations again on that. And people say the junglers are not really highlighted in the current meta, so how do you feel about it? Recently, I was really underperforming, so my team was taking extra care of me, so I was able to get this POG. Our teammates was helping me out a lot. In the last spring split, KT Roaster, their activity, their teamwork building was the core of them to come back. So how were you guys able to stop the losing streak this time around? What was the feedback about? Just like the spring split, whenever we have a losing streak, Hirai, our head coach, always tries to kind of turn the mood and atmosphere of our team. And thanks to that, even though we had a very bad performance in the last series, we were able to come back really soon. What's your favorite teamwork building activity? Well, a lot of people always say the room escape. We did that. I mean, that's true. But I like that. But I like to have conversation with my teammates. That was really helpful for me. It did a little bit with drinking to kind of boost the atmosphere. And you did mention that last series you guys are doing a really bad performance, but it was a huge turnaround today.
지난 경기에 되게 전체적으로
In the last series,
저 펌에서 모든
overall,
선수들이 좀
I mean,
많이
including me,
긴장했었고
every player
이겨야 된다는
was
그런
super nervous,
생각을
and we
많이
had a
가지고
big
있었는데
pressure
오늘은
about the victory.
그때 지고 나서
But this time around, after that loss, we went back to the drawing board. We wanted to have a really comfortable state of mind for this game.
니달리가 이제 KT 막픽으로
So,
나왔었잖아요.
Nidalee was the last pick for game number 1 on the side of KT, and it's on a really decent win rate overall. So, how would you like to rate this champion?
편하게 할수
It's a
있는
really
좋은
good
픽인 것
pick
같습니다.
into Trundle. You can have a very comfortable game against him.
탑을 안 봐주는 정글러들이 되게
A
많거든요.
lot of
어제 도란 막
junglers
승질내고
are
그랬어요.
not taking care of the
그렇고
top
이게
lane
사실 많은 이유들이
recently.
있을 것 같은데
네.
There must be a lot
그만큼
of
신뢰해서인가요?
reasons.
아니면
Maybe
뭐
because
다른 이유가 있어서 탑을
bottom
좀
lane
자주
matters a
고르시는
lot, or
스맵의 영향력이
why
그만큼
is
큰가
that?
뭐 여러 가지
Is that because
생각이
Map
들어요.
has huge control over the
저희 팀이
map?
좀 그리고 최근에 저를 많이
Our
배려해주고
team,
그냥
they're
편한
taking a
대로
really good
하고
care of me
바텀
recently.
쪽에서도
They're just letting me do
좀만
whatever I
여유가
want to
있어도
do.
그냥 하고 싶은 대로
And
해라, 올라가라 이런 식으로 많이
Also, the
해줘서
bottom duo, they
제가
always
편하게
tell me
탑에
that just do your game,
가야
just
되지 않았나.
move freely around. They were having the priority, so I was able to roam to the top side of the map.
그리고 오늘 강타 싸움 다 이겼대요.
And you won all these fight fights
분위기 좀 괜찮을
today.
것 같은데요. 어때요?
제가 연습 때도
What a performance!
진짜 너무 요새 많이 뺏겨서
I mean, I got stolen for so many times during the scrims,
요새
especially.
다시
So I was
싸움이 잘
actually
돼가고 있어서
losing my
자신감을
confidence,
찾을 것
but
같습니다.
예.
well,
강타
thanks to
싸움은
this
밴드 쪽이
performance
유리한가요?
today, I will
공격
be able to
쪽이
kind of
유리한가요?
recover it.
어떤가요?
일단 오늘 상황은
So who's
다
in the lead?
저희가
The
요번
one
때까지
trying to
싸움을
steal it, or
이기는
the
각이라고
one who was
봐서
trying
편하게
to
인해서 좀 많이
take it
뺐던 것
away
같아요.
at the first place?
마음이 제일 중요하다.
Well, I mean, for today, I think I was feeling really comfortable, so I was able to win many smite fights.
네.
거기 대해서 좀 어떻게 팀적으로 좀 바라보셨나요?
일단 저희가 스프링 때도 그렇고
And in the spring
익수 선수
split,
일라우에 되게
you know,
많이 당해서
we were punished
웬만하면
by
대응하고
Ixus Ilaoi a lot,
걱정을 많이
so
했었는데
we
오늘
were thinking to
너무
ban it
스맵
away.
선수가 좀
But this time around,
되게
Smap,
잘해줘서 좀
he
편했던
played
것 같아요.
into that pick really well, so we were having a very smooth game.
오늘 원딜 밴들이 엄청 많이 됐었거든요.
네.
그러니까
We saw a
그림들이
lot of
나오는 경우도
AD
있고
carry
그렇지 않은 경우도
champions being
있었습니다만
banned
오늘
out.
좀 이런 장면들이 나왔잖아요. 뭐 예측한 부분이
Was
있었고
that
뭐 혹시 뭐
expected?
에이밍 선수가 이것 때문에 뭐 다른 느낌
And
받았고
was
이런 장면들이
like
있었나요?
aiming
어떻습니까?
react to it in a different way?
저렇게까지 변할 줄은 몰라서
We really didn't really
살짝
expect that
당했었는데
they would
하-
ban out
하나가
so
좀
many AD carry
원딜뿐 아니고
champions.
기원일도 다 이것저것 잘해서
But aiming, he's just good at both AD carry champions and non-AD carry champions. So we were confident.
자, 다음 경기가 이제 아프리카 프릭스입니다.
Your next opponent will be
연승이
Africa
스프린트 이제 8연승
Freaks.
쭉쭉 올라가면서
You guys,
기세
you
타는
know,
뭐 여러
made
가지
up
장면들이 있었는데
8-match
이제 그
winning
연승을
streak
아프리카 프릭스를
in
잡아야
the spring
되거든요.
split. So in order to start that, you have to take down Africa
저희가
Freaks.
스프링 때 아프리카를 다 이겼었는데
Well,
이번에도 역시
we defeated Africa Freaks every time the spring split, so I will make it happen again this time around as well and keep this winning streak going.
다시 한번
This will be the end of the solo POG interview from Bono from KT
감사합니다.
Roaster, and I'm
축하합니다.
going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as per usual, for the wonderful interview translation. Great to hear from Bono. I think if you were to ask any KT fans who they expected the double POG to be, it would not have been Bono coming into today. But after today, if you watch the games, absolutely makes sense. As KT will move up to solo 7th place with their second match victory. Now up against Africa at the end of the week. It's going to be a very telling one. You already mapped this one out for us, LS. The fight for 5th place between what seems to be Africa, Dynamics, and KT, assuming that T1 are going to move up the standings. Now, guys, you may see T1 in 6th right now. If they win against Gen G 2-0, they move to 3rd.
Yeah.
That is a pretty whopping jump.
That is, yeah, that's pretty big, actually.
They'll be completely even with Gen G as far as game score, but they'll have the head-to-head, so theoretically they will be ahead of them. Might show it as tied, but if you do have to break that tie, head-to-head does come into account, and therefore they will be in the lead. So T1 not out of it just yet, although Gen G certainly looking very strong. And the Dam1 test was passed by Gen G and failed by T1.
Well, get your coin ready for T1's drafts. Heads or tails?
Well, not entirely sure. I ain't going to flip it yet. I'll keep you guys on your toes, and we'll have to find out after the break. It's going to be a pretty long one, guys, so make sure you get yourselves as ready as possible for what is going to be a huge one. The spring final rematch with Gen G and T1 just after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by LS, and we need a bit of distraction on a day like today, and T1 versus Gen G is a pretty good one. Both of these teams vying for the top of the standings, although they can't make it into first, no matter how much winning they can do. DRX haven't been very good at losing so far this season, and therefore they're going to hold on to that top spot. Gen G, I believe, can make second with a 2-0 or a 2-1, but the crazy thing is T1 can get from 6th place to ahead of Gen G if they 2-0 them here, which is just nuts.
That's going to be the important thing to look for here. T1 are looking very shaky so far. It is very early on into the split. I'm actually not really that worried. I hesitate to even really say that it's shaky. Their drafts are just get the coin ready. That's literally it. If they're even or ahead coming out of draft, they're going to win. If they're behind, they might make it a 40, 50-minute nail-to-biter.
Yeah, and then mechanics will win in the end, or the fact that Teddy's flame horizoned everyone on the map, or something like that. But we're going to have a look at the points of the match. Of course, this is a rematch of the Spring Finals. But Gen G are now playing much better than they were back then. I felt like even at the beginning of the season, in their match against DRX, Gen G looked a little bit worrisome. MSC, there were certainly some down moments, but I think the main person that really has turned things around is Clid. Clid's performance, recently at least, has just been outstanding. Like he had some games where things were just disastrous earlier on in the split, but now he's putting his team on his back and allowing his amazing carries to do their amazing carry things. One of them being Ruler with his god tier kiting. Currently played Ashe 6 times, which is just a little bit nutty.
Yeah, and Gen G, I mean, they've always been looking actually very stable for the last couple of months. Match history 7 versus 19.
Not great stats for Gen G.
Not really great stats, but this is easily considered one of the best iterations of Gen G that has existed in a long time. So,
and also, their matches went the distance regardless, right? You remember back to the spring regular season. It was 3-game series both times, and yes, T1 won both times, but they were close. The final was not. Gen G fans definitely want to forget that one. T1 just rolled them over very, very quickly. But as you can see now, Gen G's stats certainly looking better than T1's. And it's Gen G that have found their form much earlier here in summer. But this is something that T1 does, right? They're slow starters in every tournament that they're ever in. They slowly move their way into being the best team in the tournament. So we'll see whether T1's going to continue down that track or whether the competition is just too good this time around.
Yeah, and I really like the average loss time stat. Both of these two teams, when you bring them down, it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
That is what that stat is referring to. And so we'll see here what T1's going to manage to do. Now, they're actually starting this match on the red side, which is their worst color. By far, they cannot seemingly utilize the advantages that red side should be able to give you, and I think it's no coincidence that Red wants you to draft well.
Yeah, I think it's the drafting thing that we're going to talk about again. I want to mention the fact that it's Kellen playing once more. Life has not picked up the support role for this series, and that means that Gen G believes that Kellen is in fact their best support at this particular point in time. And he had a good series last time out. We'll see how he's going to do now as we move over to the T1 roster. And I know you guys have had a lot of questions about this, but it will, because starting over Ellen played their entire last series, and now it's all of the experience to be put into this roster. Canna up there towards the top side, still a rookie, but of course has been performing very, very stably in his recent performances, so very, very good. Faker in the mid lane, of course, doesn't need very much of an introduction, and Teddy and Effort towards the bottom side. We'll see how Effort's going to play. I feel like he either pops off or pops, and I'm not entirely sure what we're going to get here, but we're comparing Ruler and Teddy, two of our most veteran players here in the LCK. I believe it's these two in depth. If you're going to talk about veterans in the AD carry role really epitomizing the Korean AD carry, it is these two players plus the DRX AD carry.
Yeah, and I mean, Teddy versus Ruler is pretty good key player matchup. One of the best that we can have in LCK. And pay no attention to the generic green wings. That was just so that he could get the superior wings, which were T1 wings. So
You need a wing upgrade. You know,
Yeah.
That's how you do it. You have to make sure that you go up through the hierarchy and get yourself to the top, and Teddy has achieved that one. So going to have a look at some of the stats here. Yeah, gold per minute is absolutely what Teddy is the best at because he gets more minions than are on the map. It's impossible for him not to be first.
well, I mean, you take a look at Ruler, and that is pretty close.
Yeah, actually,
That
you're
is
very, very right.
extremely close. 7 gold difference per minute.
Damn, they are so close.
They're so- yeah.
Second and third is for KDA, first and second in gold per minute.
Teddy with 0 isolated deaths is pretty interesting. I wonder how that stat is actually calculated because I have 2 images in my head of him dying by himself. So I don't know what goes into isolated deaths.
Maybe there was a
I can think
Yumi
of 2
there.
immediately. No, there wasn't a Yumi. So I'm
Yeah, not sure either. Ruler, though, has been getting caught out. In quite a few instances, this is something that we did brought up last time he was on the desk, I believe it was last Sunday, and just sort of pointing out that Ruler hasn't necessarily had the same positioning that he's had in previous seasons. Might be with the fact that Gen G have been trying to go for more of an aggressive playstyle and still haven't quite figured out exactly what that looks like for this squad. I think there has been a lot of adaptation for a lot of our teams, and so certainly some teething to be going on here as we check out effort. Looking pretty serious moving into this one. However, Clid, the man who defected from T1, moved over to Gen G and is now ready to take them on anew.
Yep.
Clid up against Cuz is going to be an interesting one.
The other thing about this matchup that is so interesting for both of these two teams is when you look at the series that they both have remaining. And T1, they face Solid 1 Prince next after this, then Dynamics, then KT. That is a pretty T1 favored road that they're about to go on. Gen G, their last match of the split is against Afrika, but before that they play Hanwha Life. And so both of these two teams, this win to conclude round 1 is super important. T1 does not want to drop the series here and go 3-3.
I mean, this is their ability to stay at the top of the standings, right?
Yes.
Like, if T1 loses here, then they are going to be fighting for 4th. They're going to be fighting for a possible 3rd, maybe, if they're lucky. But it's going to be very hard to get ahead of teams like Dam1, definitely teams like DRX. So, I don't know whether T1's going to really be able to bounce back, at least in round 1. If they lose to Gen G here. So this is very, very important for them. And we are deep into Champion Select already, as the Set and TF are taken away by Gen G, followed up by the Trundle, and that is Callista and Karma to be taken by T1, as Varus is standing out a little bit as far as ban option.
I mean, they have to ban it.
If you don't ban Varus against Ruler, you have to be trolling, right?
Troll 1. I mean, that's what's going on, I guess, if that ends up happening.
Well, oh, that's a Lee Sin ban. Okay. Well, so this is a mind game, right? So Ezreal's going to be locked in instead of the Varus. I actually think that I like that because you build a lot of armor against lethality. Varus does work. However, Varus is just extraordinarily strong, and you probably should just pick it, right?
So if I'm not so totally sure. So I thought maybe T1 was thinking that they would go for the Ezreal approach, but no, actually Varus is just gonna get through with neither team picking him.
It's the first time that we're not going to see Varus, most likely, unless T1's just going to like smash Azir here and then BDD plays lethality Varus mid or something like that.
I suppose that Varus could end up appearing in the mid lane, but this is going to be really interesting because Gen G, they open B1 Ezreal, T1 immediately respond to Philios. Now T1 is actually blind picking, in a way, because Ezreal versus a Philios in a vacuum is not really the most important thing. Ezreal actually does beat him in a vacuum, so it really matters about the surrounding champions. So when T1 has to pick first now, the pairing champion with Aphelios, Ezreal's team gets to respond first. So in a weird way, T1 are actually on blue side here, and Gen G are on red.
It's very, very strange. Gen G can lock away Yuumi now and deny the Yuumi combo with the Bard, but with the Olaf, but Bard Ezreal has been extraordinarily strong, and that's where Gen G are going to land, and it does dissuade T1 from locking a Yuumi, and therefore they are going to pick up the Thresh. Which,
Olaf, yeah. Olaf picked up, and now they're pairing it with Thresh. Now, Volibear is, I'm going to say 99% of the time in jungle.
Oh, especially if it's good, right? His performance was so good.
It's going to be in the jungle, and I like Olaf. I'm liking that we're going to get to see Olaf versus Volibear because they are from basically the same family tree, and how they approach the jungle. It's Olaf, Volibear, and Set, and then their estranged sister Vi, who we don't talk about. She doesn't get picked up.
Wow,
but
here comes Vi.
So that is going to be pretty interesting. So Volibear is going to have a better mid and late game than Olaf. Olaf can actually outspeed Volibear at some points, but in the 1v1 of the 2v2, Volibear should actually also have an edge. So it only matters if T1 was trying to play for lane priority and control around dragons in particular, but I'm looking at this as the initial picks is favoring Gen G every day of the week as we move into the second phase, because T1 are blind picking now.
Yeah.
Essentially.
And also, Gen G's composition's already looking like it's cohesive, right? Especially when you've got, like, Clid with his Ownwrecker ultimate into a Tempered Fate. They can stop a turret from working for so many seconds in a row. It's insane. Tower dives are going to be nutty once Bard hits level 6 towards that bottom side. They also have a very flexible AD carry in this game. And T1, unfortunately, have this Olaf situation that doesn't have the augmentation that we often need from it, right? Like things like Karma, things like the Yuumi. And I was going to say that a Lulu for the mid lane suits this comp from T1 quite well. But that's not where they're going to go. Faker's Azir is very, very good. You guys may have watched the video at the beginning. There's a reason why he's that guy. But
if you want a Varus spot, they could pick him.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
So that is an option. Echo is being hovered, however. It's going to end up getting locked in, so that'll outscale Azir later. Also very slippery.
And also BDD just played it.
Yeah.
And was pretty incredible on the pick. This is a lot of magic damage, LS.
Yeah, that's... I mean, it's 3 pure magic damage dealers, and then Ezreal and Volibear both deal hybrid.
Yeah.
So... this is...
not a big fan. Yeah.
God, take it away, Atlas. Just the B4, B5 of Gen G. Really going for the NFL here.
Well, Nico being hovered at the moment. Here for most likely Canna. It's not going to be the Nico, though, as the Aurelia is going to be switched to. 7 seconds before we do have that one confirmed. It's a pick into the Kennen, and the Sylas is going to come out. Canna's own Slicing Maelstrom, certainly an opportunity here. So T1 with a very standard-looking draft. I think that the Olaf feels a bit out of place, but Cuz is still going to be able to control an early game with this kind of pickup. And we'll see whether T1 can utilize that extra pressure to get their scaling composition working.
And I think that the Sylas is another interesting pick. T1's damage is much more well-rounded than Gen G's, but we'll have to see what ends up happening because Ezreal is a menace against all these champions. He's very, very effective against all of T1's champs. Aphelios, that is a lot of dive that he's going to have to juggle, but he has the Thresh there with him. Azir with the shuffle, so Aphelios can easily 200 years in this team composition. And that's the worrisome thing about the B4, B5 out of Gen G is that they play into Aphelios' hands when they didn't need to.
I mean, I actually don't mind it that much because the idea of diving onto an Aphelios does feel okay, so Cannons can definitely dive if they've got Flash Up, Lightning Rush, and Echo, of course, is very good at that. So
It's not bad. It's just definitely, I mean, Aphelios is more reliant now on his summoners as well as efforts positioning and everything.
yeah, true. The thresh would certainly be the downfall of Gen G.
Yeah. I would much rather have Gen G's comp here than T1's.
But sometimes you've just got Faker and Teddy.
That's
and
true.
they just do things that go against what the draft may hint at. So you did tell us at the beginning of the series that sometimes if T1 come out of a draft with a draft victory, then we're giving it to them pretty comfortably. What are your thoughts on how this looks now that we're post-draft and we have our 5 champions each?
I feel like the draft is pretty even, but the level of skill expression on Gen G's champions are there, and it's there in a manner that works very well against T1's weaknesses. So I don't know. This one's definitely very awkward, and the Olaf also being sort of neutralized in a sense by the Gen G overall comp and facing a Ditto in the Volibear, I think is a bit problematic. I'm excited to watch it unfold. Well, like I said, I would much rather have Gen G's comp.
Yep. Well, we'll see how they do play it out. Certainly some options into as far as making it work are concerned. But T1 do have a lot of years behind them. They are a team that is very well known for very calmly making it to a late game. And so we'll see whether they are going to be able to do that. Cuz is going to walk immediately over a ward as cleared here. Just going to start with Gromp Blue. Just going to Sky Strike that guy to start things off. See whether there's going to be any jungle attention early. At the moment, Kellen not exactly finding the greatest trade, but Teddy down pretty low to start this one off as Ruler somehow managed to sneak that one in. That's a flayback onto Kellen. He has to remember that he's pretty squishy as this bard.
Ooh.
Meep slap.
Yeah. Definitely whiffing on a few things. And Ruler about to get level 2-2. That melee minion, as soon as it goes, actually, he elected for the Q onto Aphelios, ends up whiffing. Teddy is currently Caitlyn. Do you know all of the names?
I know the Caitlyn one.
Okay.
I have my own sort of set of them because I feel like there's a few that can be pretty interchangeable. I think that you call the Crescendum the Twitch, whereas I think of it...
The white one?
Yeah, the white one.
That's Kog'Maw.
Oh, that's Kog'Maw, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's Siva.
Okay.
Because, you know,
Alright.
Chakram's similar to the disc. You know, bit of a Xenon Warrior Princess vibe. But otherwise, you know.
What is red to you? It's Draven.
Yeah, Draven, it's definitely very Draven. Feels like Legends of Runeterra Draven, you know? I don't know why. Maybe it's because the color of the Noxus is red. Something like that.
Well,
what are the other ones? What's Infernum? Infernum's the AoE. Is that Tristana?
That is Jinx.
Oh, that's Jinx, okay.
Jinx, yeah, the blue one is Jinx. And
to a bit of a similar thing, I guess, but Teddy, you'll lose out on that trade there.
And there's Varus.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Although you could call that Ashe too.
Yeah, Varus or Ashe.
Or maybe it's just both of them. Maybe it's all of these things. He gets to be like 11 champions at once.
As it's Varus because it doesn't stun you.
Right, but it does slow you as you auto attack.
Yeah,
So that's a bit ashy. You know? That's my argument.
Perfect.
But it's also purple, which is very Varus.
Yes.
So see, I think there's arguments both sides. Make sure you guys hit us up on Twitter and tell us which one you believe in. Maybe make your own poll. We'll try and retweet it. We're lazy. We don't do these things ourselves. As Rascal versus Cannon up here towards the top side, it is going to be a range advantage for the Cannon, but he's found Cuz in the jungle here, and already the flash comes out. Smite just to get a bit of health back, and Clid just bites the Olaf, sends him home, and steals his stuff.
Yeah. And so in the isolated 1v1, Volibear is going to win if he ever gets the jump onto Olaf. And so Cuz does have to be a little bit bothered by that. You can see the pings going down. Now, Kana is a little bit low on HP, but not at a threshold that's low enough for Volibear to end up diving him. Faker is getting traded on quite hard. He still has his teleport, though.
Yeah, and also trading back, so not doing too badly there. And like you say, BDD goes back, grabs a couple of rings. As his Corrupting Potion charges already down to just one remaining. As Ruler is in a whole host of trouble. The exhaust comes out for the flash as he walks back into the hook. And Ruler will be taken down here. Teddy grabs first blood. And I need to know how Ruler is that far up the lane. Bit of a trade up here towards topside, but that was a disaster.
Kana 5-0 on the Silas. And yeah, like what you just said, that was a very big blunder. I'm curious what the replay was. What it'll end up being. Volibear's pathing is a little bit strange, because he did the Gromp and then immediately went over to the right-hand side. So the Wolf Camp just completely neglected.
Poor little Wolf Camp.
Yeah. Silas.
Sconding. That is a lot of Kingslayer damage, but Rascal trading back very nicely. It's like two of our new success stories as far as top laners are concerned. Rascal has certainly been playing for a bit longer than Canna, but both of them defying expectations.
Yeah, absolutely. And T1, they're going to pick up first Dragon of the game. This is very good for them.
Yeah, heading towards Cloud Soul. As, Ruler just... Okay. Very weird.
Yeah, just very, very strange. He had Kellen coming back down. He was on his way over. There wasn't a reason for him to do anything that he just did, and so very clean pick up there by Teddy in effort. The gold score is still even.
Yeah, teleport onto Ruler does mean that he's able to get back to lane pretty comfortably. Yeah. As BDD does have level 6. Parallel Convergence to come in here. BDD just not even picking up that shield because he knows the trade was over. And effort's down pretty low. So, looks like Gen G are going to continue moving further forward as far as their CS advantage is concerned bottom side. And that kill is going to be very important because that might save Teddy. And so far, Kellen and Ruler, as far as just standard laning, seem to be doing much better.
Yeah, and everything is going pretty good. Cuz now dinging level 6. Clit is already level 6. Oh.
Yeah, Cuz going to pull it over as far as he can.
Yeah, they know.
Cuz not going to risk this one. Parallel Convergence will deny the Olaf from picking up his own red buff, and Clit is very, very happy to just take all of Cuz's stuff away.
Clit tells Mr. Brambleback that he's under arrest.
Yep.
As he now is going to make his way over to the Krug camp. Ruler just...
that was a flash, but Clay's going to land. That Cosmic Binding was unbelievable as Teddy's going to flash relatively late, but will save his life. And unfortunately, not able to actually answer. And I think that Gen G were just a little bit too scared of the Olaf running down. They're not too scared of Canna, though. He's going to flash, try and get himself out of there as Canna steals away the ultimate from Clid, but still, it is not going to be enough. And Clid kind of wishes he had picked up that turret aggro a little bit earlier, but Rascal's not going to die. No harm, no foul.
And it looks like Effer is thinking about trying to set something up. He's going to end up taking the Blast Cone, but walks into a ward. Ruler backing all the way up right now. Now, when we see the replay, just pay attention to Kellen because he makes a really big blunder. Teddy should have died there every day of the week.
Probably trying to give the kill over to Ruler, but unfortunately, Ruler couldn't get up there.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And so, BDD hanging on to that last turret plate. Clid is actually going to pick up the Herald.
Yep, grabs that by himself. Should be able to do so pretty comfortably.
Yeah, well,
Rip Scuttler to grab there.
Take a look at this. I mean, this is just so good. Cosmic Binding, getting the stun, and take a look at Kellen. So he actually auto attacks. Now, if you're a player in this instance, you actually want to lower your DPS to get total greater damage dealt. So you just run at the Aphelios, and your DPS is down, but then you get 2 auto attacks off instead of 1, damage dealt higher. Very nice dive onto the turret, the disable by Volibear. He has flash. Let's do this. Silas, no flash.
And he said, watch this before, and that's just the best. I like that. Learning how to play, teaching your teammates how you're supposed to do it while you're playing.
And as we come back, ooh, sneaking in a Mystic shot right there. But this is the scary situation right now where the game is actually in Gen G's favor ever so slightly. But the second dragon's coming up in a minute. Kennen should be able to have his proto belt complete. Silas as well. But it looks like Kana might have the teleport available, whereas Rascal doesn't. And Rascal's lane state is in a pretty awkward spot right now. If he would be thinking of trying to make his way over to the mountain. And so we'll see what he ends up doing here. Echo as well. In a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, Faker farming extraordinarily well this stage of the game. Currently highest CS in the game. And 22 actually, ahead of Teddy. Which is very impressive. You use Teddy as a gauge. You know that someone must be doing something pretty well if they're ahead of him. But has been stifled a little bit by the power of the Bard Ezreal. And Aphelios will have that scaling advantage. BDD comes back, he's got Sorcerer's Shoes and a Revolver. Actually a lot of damage this stage. As far as that purchase is concerned, I think pretty fresh off a shop.
Well, Mountain Drake. Oh.
Emperor's Divide used just to get the Chrono Break out.
Yeah,
Faker,
and that's
of course, absolutely knew that that was going to be the response. Just to
gonna
take, yeah.
Faker is not going to have it available. This is it's a bit scary because that really limits Azir's options in the ensuing team fight. Yes, Echo doesn't have his ultimate, but Azir being forced to not have that luxury, or well, having to be more reserved in the team fight.
Yeah, that's a big deal. I think that T1 probably would have waited up and said, like, we just want to make sure that we can kill BDD if we find him in a team fight, but the Echo will still do the same thing, even if he is going to die at the end, right?
Yeah, and one of the things I want to point out, Rascal has Sork Pen boots over Kana. They're identical in items.
Wow, it's actually very
outside of that, but that's a very big power swing. And this Mountain Drake, it can't be understated. Silas doesn't get pen. Olaf doesn't get pen, although he does deal some true damage. Azir typically doesn't get pen, and Aphelios doesn't get it. So, well, maybe not till way later on. So, it's a pretty big dragon, even if it's super minor, because Kennen, Echo, and Volibear will get resistances, and then also Ezreal, I mean, he already has the S1 Gauntlet.
Yeah, exactly.
So, quite big for Gen G if they can find a way to pick this up. Faker has teleport, though, and Emperor's Divide is up again.
Chrono Break, not quite, but pretty close. Is Tempered Fate going to miss onto Effort? Hook is going to land there, but Teddy not going to try and get in here.
Huh?
An Aftershock going to go down as Clid takes a magical journey, but not one that he really wants to, as the bear is going to go down extraordinarily low. He has to ult to escape, which is a bit of a disaster. Undertow is going to miss, so Clid will be safe for the moment, but that is another ultimate that's unavailable. And now, Cuz should be able to move over to this Drake, and it might just be an option for him to take it. Empress Divide going to come in once again it's the
Deja
trade.
vu! It's the same trade pattern. The difference right now, though, BDD did not have enough gold to complete the Proto Belt. This might be the trade.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Exhaust thrown out there by Rascal.
Rascal wanted to get his flash available, it seems.
Yeah.
Maybe thinking this is the recall into TP. You can see Kana's actually slower to the punch. Both have Slicing Maelstrom. Oh man, Volibear.
There's the Mountain Drake. Cuz going down extremely low and has to Ragnarok his way out. This should go over to Gen G, and it does. Good smite from Clid, and Gen G will just steal it and walk out. So one dragon apiece, as doesn't suit T1 too badly because they do want to scale. But still, Mountain Drake, like you say, very valuable here for Gen G.
Very good for all of their champions, especially against T1s. Ocean is pretty insane, though. It'll be very, very hard for Gen G if T1 can manage to get to Ocean Soul.
Oh, you better believe there's a Merlinomicon on that cannon. So that's going to make it
Valdez
completely
listening.
useless.
I hope he can get here before game 2. But you just...
It's all right, man. He'll be here tomorrow. You don't have to deal with it anymore. But hey, look. In my defense,
I don't want to.
Okay. I'm just not even going to entertain it.
You are not my friend.
I've been dumped over a book. This is so embarrassing.
Oh, man.
Well, cannon towards the top side. He's looking to clear out this minion wave. Teleports available from both of these top laners. But a big win taking that fight, despite the fact that there were not too many kills or anything like that. Making sure that Gen G can lock down the Mountain Drake, get some control in the area, assert some dominance, and then move forward. Because I really like how this comp works in a team fight. Tempered Fate and Parallel Convergence are just such a cool combo. Being able to almost guarantee that stun, as Rascal, I believe, just missed the Proto Belt damage, but Cannon's going to miss a whole bunch more.
Yeah.
Means that Rascal's able to trade back very well.
The other thing I really like about the Tempered Fate is it sets up for Maelstrom, or Kennon's engage, very, very well. Can buy him a lot of time.
Yeah.
As Echo is now at the point where... Is that a mask on Faker, I see?
Oh my goodness.
Well,
I'm
not something I was expecting to see.
Yep.
But Faker is going a little bit Build-A-Bear right now. He has a Lost Captor, a mask, and a Stinger. It looks like he's getting ready for like a fight. You know, he puts on his mask, the Lost Chapter's like a shield.
Yep.
The Stinger's
He's
a
got
sword.
his sword, he's got his cool shoes.
A ring.
Yeah, he's got a ring.
And he's got his, what is it called? The metal thing that you drink out of.
A mug?
No. You know what I'm thinking of, right?
I do know exactly what you're thinking of. It's bothering me is Lantern is going to be taking their Parallel Convergence, not going to find any stuns or anything like that, as Rascal in a pretty good flanking position. Minion waves coming in though, not able to sneak around or get anything done there. Does have Flash, and T1, they know that. And they know that they're not going to be able to fight, giving such a good opportunity over to Rascal. Teddy now up here towards the top side, just trying to get as much farm back as he can. BDD, no Parallel Convergences here, as Effort does land a very, very nice hook. Nothing to come of it, and Tempered Fate also unnecessary. Bit of the initial CC had it worked, would have been much better, but Shelly's still going to come through. Sorry, Shirley, going to come through and take down that outer turret mid lane.
And they get the flash out of Faker, which is actually going to be massive for the Ocean Drake fight in a minute and a half. And things are just looking extremely rough right now. If you're a T1 fan, nothing's really occurring, and yet they're down 3,000 gold. Almost.
Yeah, slowly but surely. And it's scary if you are a T1 fan, because Gen G's comp is going to get stronger before it gets weaker.
Yeah.
Especially as far as how these team fights are going to look holistically as these champions come together. Yes, T1 have so many scaling options, right? And when you've got a Felios and a Zia, especially in the hands of Teddy and Faker, the late game is something that T1's going to be able to thrive in. But these are sort of 3-4 item champions in comparison to Gen G's really strong 2 and 3 item champions.
Aphelios and Azir standing side by side, it reminds me of Jin and Victor of old.
Oh, yeah.
From Season 6. So that was a good time.
Beautiful. Do you know what, actually? When I was walking past, Teddy was practicing some Jin.
Ooh, why?
I think he might have been preparing it for like a Varus answer or something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but he was playing some Jin, man.
Are we supposed to say that? I don't...
He was... I mean, we can talk about what he's playing, I think.
Well, it does seem like Kennen is going to go the Fabled book.
Yeah, no surprises there, as Parallel Convergence going to get a stun onto at least one of them. He's going to have to ult and get himself out. Wanted to wait so he could get some of the damage, but isn't able to, as Teddy takes the turret a little bit too much.
Out of effort.
Value.
Yeah, I mean, T1, they have 3 members pushing a Tier 2 top turret. So they're at the board meeting. You know the one where the guy gets kicked out of the window? They're at the board meeting. They're like, who can tell us what is the most important? One person raises their hand, they're like, 500 gold, Tier 2 top. One person's like, 250 divided by 3.
Yeah.
And then someone's like, should recall, not get the gold, fight the Drake maybe? And that guy, he's thrown out the window.
Yeah, get him out of here. That's not what we're talking about.
It's not a good...
As they're going to lose the Drake, they're going to lose their blue buff. They're going to lose control of this bottom side. And Teddy's going to lose a bunch of his health, as Ruler does nail that ultimate. First couple of items have come in here for the Ezreal. Iceborne Gauntlet and that Manamute, looking for his Neuramana as well as his Death Stance. The Ezreal will be very, very strong. Teddy now just doing his farming thing, trying to take everything off the map. See whether he can actually catch up to Ruler. It's not really very Teddy style to not be ahead by a very large margin. But he's still staying even with the clock. So certainly not farming badly by any means. You can see Faker, he's 243 at 20 minutes. Faker's hoovering up these minions.
Well, at this point in the game, it's just going to basically be a stalemate because there's no way for... I mean, T1, they might do a Aphelios Desperation Baron play. That could be something that they opt into. They do have Azir, but they don't have Leandries on Azir yet. That'll really help with burning through the Baron. So it is a bit of a gamble, but Gen G are the ones that get to decide upon which terms does every fight start. Because they're in the driver's seat, they're in control of the game, and they're the one with, I mean, each completing item being super, super valuable. They're about to get the top tier 1 turret as well. Oh no, actually going to be repelled off.
Not bad. Effort going to turn up as well, so that should make sure that they can at least clear out the next wave. Good cosmic binding, but Undertow going to be thrown back and no aggression going to result in this one. Teddy does have his Cogmore and Caitlyn, as you like to call it. Optimal team fight long-range setup.
So many people are going to be so confused for so long. And
I know, because we're just saying random champion names that aren't in the game.
He's got Cog and Kate right now.
Yeah. Or, you know,
he's
different.
Chameleon.
I think we definitely agree on Calibrum being Caitlyn. That is 100%
yes,
we agree.
That is 100% Caitlyn.
Unless it's like level 18 Tristana, but that's a little bit too wordy.
Yeah, that's not a good look.
Like 7 stack 100. Yeah, not going to say that either. 200 stack Senna. No.
I'm a very big fan of Aphelios.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people like to complain about him, but I think he's fun. I think he's genuinely exciting. Yes.
And I think he adds, you know, a different minigame. We were talking about the Alawi minigame, which is you have to make sure that you're the first one to an objective, otherwise you're probably going to lose. When Aphelios is in the fight, if you fight on his terms, he will probably kill your whole team.
He is a conditional hyper, and that's what's exciting about him. But also, I mean, that's where the counterplay comes in. He's conditional hyper, not all-around hyper. So, very, very cool. And right now, T1, they are just sort of coasting. 3,000 gold deficit, roughly. Infernal Dragon still on their side, so you do have to remember that.
Yeah, Ocean Drake going to be up in a minute and a half. That will be Soul Point available for Gen G if they are able to lock that one down. But not exactly imperative that T1 does deny it.
And the thing I want to point out, so neither team is actually freezing side lanes whatsoever. That is something that they could do. Kennen just sent the wave into Azir, he could freeze. He could take this wave, he could freeze. What's he going to do? No doubt, QE.
Yeah, you watched it QE, didn't you? Oh, no.
He's going to QE. Now, just to take a look at Sylas up here in top lane. Now, Echo is relatively safe because the range on his Q, so it's a little bit more difficult, especially given that Bard is already in close proximity. But everyone's just playing ping pong with each other. Teddy can pull this wave, try to do stuff. No, he's going to take a bit of a chunk, but 45 seconds until Ocean comes up. Faker does have Leandries.
He does, and Nash's. He's upgraded both of those items, so now instead of building a bear, he's actually just got 2 straight up strong items for the Azir. Certainly going to be good for him. Rascal sitting on a stopwatch, but looks like Deathcap's going to be coming in next. Just want to get as much damage out as possible. Don't mind it. I think Void Staff going to be super valuable for this cannon as well, and he will be doing a lot of work, especially with Sorcerer's Shoes, which we don't see all that often. Definitely a lot of Merc Treads tend to be prioritized on Kenny. The Ruler has his QSS completed. Sure, he still has that 1 death, but he still needs to be respected. This is a very scary Ezreal at this stage.
And the Bard ultimate actually goes out onto the Baron to check it, as Kellen did not want to venture into the nothingness. QSS.
Oh, Hook's going to land onto BDD. Not exactly the optimal target here for T1 as BDD immediately gets out of there with the Chrono Break.
It's still a real... Oh, man.
Okay,
right.
Rascal. Ocean Drake is live, by the way.
That's a lot of damage. Rascal was able to dish out ever so slightly.
That's actually really cool because he's gone the full
Oh, no!
builders. Oh no, Faker. He has to take himself a lantern. It's in, goes cleared. Emperor's Divide just to get the bear off him as Teddy does put himself in a pretty good position. Cuz down extremely low as Ruler's a one-man army, still looking for more hook. Not going to land, flashing forward with the Arcane Shift. He's able to do a lot of work onto effort. And now, you know, Canna finds himself as the only man really here. And this Ocean Drake should be delivered over to Gen G.
And this is
Are we
very,
trading
very...
for Baron?
Yeah, they're gonna try to do the Desperation Baron. Now, Faker does have Nashers plus Leandries. And you can see Teleport coming in by BDD.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do this.
They're not going to be able to. They just end up getting repelled.
Okay. Faker. Yeah, exactly. This is a very sneaky bird. They're going to walk around the corner here, not going to be able to steal as, okay, cleared. Just going to wander out of that hook range. He'll be all right. Tagged up by the sentry, so we'll take an auto attack. And now T1 still chilling around this Baron. Baron gets angry.
Others Barons.
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, Cloud Templar, he told us.
Yeah, he did tell you that. It's not how you get the Honey Jam.
Still have absolutely no idea what it means.
Honey Jam?
No, not Honey Jam. Honey Jam's great. It's actually a really adorable word. It's like sort of half and half, isn't it?
Gul Jam.
Gul Jam, and then, but Gul means honey, right?
Well,
So you say
jam,
honey jam.
no, the jam is actually the first syllable of Jimmy Saw, which means fun.
which means...
So it means honey fun.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Honey
or
fun?
like super fun.
Oh, that's cute.
Like it's so fun that it's like really sweet and nice.
All right, all
You know?
right.
Yeah.
And bees?
No, it has nothing to do with this.
Honey has a lot to do with bees, okay?
All right, well, in the replay here, Klid was seeing a Honey Jam moment, trying to get onto Faker, but if you want to see the real Honey Jam, it's Ruler dishing out so much damage, one-man army, walking out of the range of that hook.
Seems to have his E off cooldown at exactly the right time every single time. It's ridiculous. Ruler did so much work there. As we're close to the Rabbidan's Death Cap for Rascal. We're close to the Death Stance as well for Ruler. True Shot Barrage is going to tag Effort there as well, who's now going to go home. So yes, I mean, Faker's still scaling.
Yeah.
So is Teddy.
And it looks like Kennen is actually going to go for the Death Cap here as his next item. And so Kennen is going to go for the all-in Wombo.
Oh, baby. I like it.
The one-shot. And so Bard's ultimate is that much scarier. 2.5 minutes. All of that Gen G need to do is do dances that deny any Baron attempts. And basically say, hey, the onus is on you. And this is really fun because this actually is a lot of pressure. Not pressure in a traditional sense. Every time someone hears the word pressure, they think of an attack. They think of someone exerting some force onto another person or thing.
Yeah.
But pressure can also be Gen G basically hitting a button on a bomb and it's going to go off. And that bomb is Ocean Soul and saying, okay, do something.
Yeah, well,
And the onus is on T1.
Yeah.
That is pressure.
Yeah, pressure is basically saying to your opposition that this is a thing you have to do, otherwise we will get an advantage that you won't be able to stop, right? And the idea of optimal pressure is when you can do that and always guarantee that you can take more from them based on the control that you have.
Yep.
And that is most of the benefits. You talk about this with freezing a lot. Freezing's about using lack of pressure. If your opponent can't exert enough, then you can freeze to sort of create that objective like you talk about.
You're the one that basically gets to say, okay, this ICBM is going to go off soon.
Yeah.
It's up to you to defuse it. So, Fake, I mean, he's going to shove it right back so Echo can get another wave.
And I mean, actually, I don't mind this if this is about Faker getting enough money and that wave is going to do it. Then he recalls, then he can go down to the next fight.
Yep.
That's not what happened.
That's not what's happening. I get you're trying to play devil's advocate.
Yeah, I am. And
honestly,
I'm sort of ruining it for myself.
You're not looking like Keanu Reeves.
Oh, I wish I did, though. What a lovely
He is
man.
ageless.
He is.
You know, it's truly impressive.
I just love that there's an entire Reddit thread about how nice he is to everyone all the time. It's ludicrous. How can you be that much of a good person? You got an entire Reddit thread. Ugh.
Well, now one of the things that I've noticed is that when there's a lack of action, have you heard about the vanilla
ice cream?
You know.
I do want you to try and say it again, though, because that was quite a
Yeah, vanilla ice cream. So basically what happens is you start talking about things that have nothing to do.
And then you're going to guarantee some action, like if it's Flash?
Exactly.
Ooh, you got me started with like a little bit of a taste test. Now we're looking about the Baron.
A little bit.
Oh, I've never been that much of a...
Temptation, yeah.
You know, like a vanilla ice cream fan, but maybe it is just the most useful.
It definitely is.
We're playing with some vision toggling here as Gen G, all in the fog of war.
And so right now what you're going to want to talk about is maybe a little bit of chocolate cake.
Ooh, what about the Ocean Soul?
No, that's pistachio.
Well, we are rolling.
Here we go.
The Ocean Soul is now there. The Baron is going to get tempered faded. And Glid, he's just going to roll all the way in. Teddy has to flash immediately out of the pit, as it is going to be Cuz that locks down the Baron. But can they actually win the ensuing fight? And the answer is no, but they can also opt out of it entirely. So Ocean Soul traded for Baron. LS, I've spoken to you about this before. I know your opinion, as Rascal's almost dead, but thankfully we've trimmed back a few of the years on that one, so Rascal will survive.
The LCK Atlas. Sold for Baron.
You sound ecstatic. Just so psyched
Only
about
here
this
at the
decision.
LCK can we find ways to burn boiled water.
It is really hot. Okay.
Well, T1 end up going for the Baron, and this is a giga coin flip, is what it is at the end of the day. If they lose the Baron, they lose the game.
Yeah.
And they are doing this not because it's necessarily bad, but they feel like this is the only chance they have. Now, they could have done this at Ocean Soul. Well, they would have to take a head-on fight in Ocean Soul, whereas they get to use the Ocean Soul as a means to buy some time. The problem is that the Baron will dissipate in a minute and a half. You can see the power play is not that impactful. And even with the Baron's stats, they will lose the fight. So
yeah, Ocean Soul's pretty strong.
Now, what ends up happening is T1 need to play Possum, in a way.
Okay, that's a deep teleport there from BDD. Slowed down by the box, immediately goes golden to allow the rest of his team to move on over, but Canna and Faker, they're going to get in position a little bit sooner.
Back to top lane.
NG do just move on back. Canna picks up a tempered fake, gets a flash out of Kellen, as you can see. Already pretty high value. Mystic Shot going to miss there under effort. Keeping that health bar as high as possible. Important against Ruler's Poke that he is going to offer.
And 1 minute remaining. So T1 will probably raise the mid-tier 1 turret. And that'll be the extent of it. Now, what they're going to end up most likely trying to do is wait for Elder, and then that'll be the last hurrah. But they're... Oh. Okay, well, Faker checks that brush.
Well, it's going
but
to be
it really feels like he's about to get flamed on. Oh, no.
Oh, what? Damn. You just got to trust him. He's a doctor.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything, guys, but it was very cute that he just snuck around and then didn't even get spotted. Okay, so that gold lead, like we were talking about, is going to dissipate. Baron power play, 1800. It's an Ocean Soul, though. And we were praising T1 for, you know, building Leandries and all this sort of stuff, but now they desperately need something to stop all of the healing. The irony here is that Gen G didn't need it at all. They were able to take all of these Ocean Drakes, and therefore the Morellonomicon looks a little bit silly.
Yeah.
Although Kingslayer, I guess, is important if Rascal's going to find Canna in the side lane.
Well,
that's a stretch, to say the least. Okay. But it's not going to be out of mind too much.
We got now we are due for a kill in the next 6 minutes. We got 1 kill per 10.
That's true. That's true.
So you're looking for some act. Now we could try to spice things up a bit, but we won't.
No. Don't do it. I don't want the game to go too fast. Kills. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here for the vanilla ice cream.
Oh,
that's what I'm here for. Do you like waffle cones or regular cones?
Oh, Atlas, right now I am on a diet. You need to stop talking about that. Okay?
Do you like
Atlas?
cardboard containers for salad or plastic?
Yes. Oh, yes. Why, yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. I was aware that you've been having salads for lunch recently. That's all I had to go with. All right. What's your opinion on kale? Are we feeling good about kale?
The champion?
No, not the one that ascends at level 16. The one that shrivels up in your oven and you call them chips.
Nope, not a big fan.
I actually quite like kale.
You do? Yeah.
You just put a bit of olive oil, still relatively healthy, crispy and delicious. My sister was a huge fan. She was on a bit of a health kick for a while there. You know, I digress a little bit. I was hoping that talking about, you know, salad and vanilla ice cream would probably inspire the players to stop this game of ping pong and instead
Everyone's
move
waiting for
towards
the Elder.
fighting one another. Yeah, there's an Elder, there's a Baron, and are we just going to trade and just have gentleman's agreement? Let's see which buff's better.
Well, honestly, I mean, I don't really know what T1 is expecting to happen at the Elder fight, because it should be pretty one-sided. I like the itemization out of Teddy. The Maul Malmortius is very important, but double Void Staff out on the primary AP carries.
Oh, I love that Rascal skipped the Zhonya's as well to make sure he had Death Cap Void Staff. He does so much damage.
Yeah. Yep. He still has the stopwatch. Elder is in 5 seconds, so this is definitely very scary. Now, I'm a little bit curious why Gen G doesn't have one member starting it, given that they have Ocean Soul. Everything is pretty fine.
Yeah, they're instead looking to relinquish the mid lane as ruler, looking for effort.
Oh, that hurt.
Bit of damage. Teddy not going to find the Qs. Optimal weapons are in. Does have the Cogmore Kate. The Kate Moore, as you say.
The Coglin.
Yeah, Coglin. Coglin's a good one. It's gone, not going to land.
Oh,
Gonna
man.
down to half health. Oh, parallel convergence. He's going to get a big shield there for BDD as Canna gets that slicing Maelstrom. Massive damage into the backline is cleared. Tries to make his way out as Effort gets all the way forward, and T1 have found their dream team fight. The True Shot Barrage does absolutely nothing. Teddy
Wait, they're gonna go for the end.
flashing in, and it looks like the Elder Drake will be taken, and now Canna just teleporting in. You're exactly right. I think they're going to try and end the game.
I think... Oh, the minions! I don't know... Okay, so Ezreal is... Now, is he going to get a stopwatch and try to... My body is a shield it? Kellen's up in 5!
They're going to try and go for it as Teddy does a lot of damage to these turrets. Effort getting taken down pretty low. That's an instant QSS, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. Ruler makes a lot of distance as Kellen does turn up. We've got Tempered Fate going to be available relatively soon, but the Nexus is getting taken down. Empress Divide, that's the game, and T1 steal it from Gen G.
It's 911. I'd like to... Oh my.
He's had a heart attack. That's what they do. They lull you into a false sense of security. I mean, that last team fight was a lot about what Canna did.
Thresh saved Aphelios.
True.
That's it.
All right.
That's gonna be...
Got the hook on Ruler in lane, you know, allowed Aphelios to do a bit more damage maybe in that instance. My goodness, that was unexpected.
That was Grand Lord. DB Cooper has nothing on this. I have no idea. We take a look at the team fight, and some anti-synergy there. Clid about to get the stun onto Teddy, and take a look. Teddy manages to get out. The Lantern gets him to safety, and Kana with a really good slicing Maelstrom. Everyone funneled up. And so
Everyone popped.
There's like two things happening here. One, T1 really capitalized on the opportunity presented to them. Two, Gen.G very off synergy, or just that was very weird.
Yeah,
that was a robbery.
I actually have a feeling that was all on that tempered fate. It denied that ability from even doing anything from the volley bear. I think that then you have B2D immediately follow up before anything else can happen. It had to be a whoopsie, right? It had to be a whoopsie. Because Gen.G was in such a good position
They were
for that
so
team
far
fight.
ahead.
My God. Well, once again, we have a team that prioritizes Baron over Soul and they win. Hopefully that isn't a sign of them, you know...
Alice, I don't know. Baron's the most important objective.
Ah,
Just look at the results.
that's how I base my analysis. Did you know that? Yeah, got to get as many Barons as possible. That was a messy game, but it felt like it was all in Gen.G's control until that one moment. Just...
My Deuce 7 beat your aces all in pre-flop, so you suck.
Well, I guess so. You know,
That's how it is.
sometimes you just show them cards, and the result's just not what you think. But we're going to come back for a game number 2, and we'll see whether T1 are going to get that 2-0 that they desperately need.
이거 필요하다.
끝내면 될 듯?
상대이 잘 걸었다. 나이스.
아,
잘 걸었다.
좋았다. 다행이다.
이거
잘 끝내보자.
나한테
와.
바둑이랑 볼베 플래시 뭔데?
근데 게임하기 너무
이거 빨리 밀어보자. 근데 거의 끝났어.
불리한 거 같아. 불리한 거 같아, 나.
아, 바텀
이거 바드 10초. 바드 궁대 이거. 빨리.
아, 괜찮아. 끝날만해.
바드가 없어, 상호야. 안 도나?
할만해.
안 끝났어. 1.4에 끝난다.
1.4.
이거 타워 억지로 맞아주면 안 돼. 얘네가 거리 없는 봐. 이거 타워 쳐.
안 잡을게.
안 잡고 타워 줘. 안 잡고 타워 줘.
안 쓸게. 안 잡을게. 이거 점사 해야 될 것 같아. 점사. 잘해봐. 점사할게.
잘 봐. 잘 봐.
끝났어.
나이스. 다행이다.
Welcome back to the LCK Analyst Desk, and that was Genji taking on T1. But the Captain Volibear skin was not enough to stop T1's heist. It was interesting that no one took Varus during the pick and bans. I'm pretty sure that both teams have gone through a lot of experiments during the scrims, and I guess Ezreal is on top of the tier list here in LCK. T1, last time they had a really good game on Ezreal into Varus, and both teams are so aware of the fact that the bottom lane matchup is a little bit changed with the compared to the 10.11 patch. If you go with Ashe or Varus, it is really hard for the AD carry to survive. So they all focus on the teamfight champion on the bottom lane. In the later phase of the game, T1 was really decisive, actually rotating to Baron and Pawn, thinks that that was the best decision possible because that was the only choice they've got. Look at this vision over here. So well, around this Dragon Soul fight, Genji, the blue side had the control of the vision already. And look at T1, how they move. They are not committing for any vision fight for the Dragon. So Genji, they were also aware that T1 is trying the Baron as for the trade with the Dragon Soul. Pawn thinks that Ezreal actually should have gone for the trade in the Baron fight. Genji, they did put the limited amount of champions to get the Dragon Soul, but T1 in this fight, they outplayed Genji. Olaf won the Smite fight, and we had a very disappointing performance coming out from Kellen. He died to a Felix turret in this fight, and after that, actually, he had a very disjointed team fight with Plead later on for the Elder fight. With that, cause having a lead in the Smite fight, we had the final game deciding Elder fight. We had a very fantastic team fight on the side of T1 because that was a fantastic disjointment from the side of Genji. Sylas had a wonderful performance opening this team fight with the hijacked ultimate from Kennen. But Lyra actually thinks that it was T1 that was picking up the mistakes and blunder from Genji because they were going in on the side of T1. Genji kind of opened the space for T1 to have the dream team fight possible. Volibear, Bard, Echo, their synergy was really off in that fight, and that was so critical that that actually made game over on the side of Genji. Then let's check out the player of the game on the side of T1. Kanna and Sylas. He started as 0-1-0 but ended up with 1-1-4. Huge turnaround fight with that engagement. And we could hear Faker saying that Akana, there was a great opening for a team fight at the mic check in the end of the game. So definitely, I believe he will be the T1's MVP as well. So Kana hijacked the ultimate from Kennen and then even stole away the entire game away from Genji. So Kana picked up 7 votes out of 12, once again showing his Godna mode in this game. Then let's move on to the game number 2, Genji versus T1, whether Genji can stop their mind block or whether T1 can close out the series.
Thank you very much, G-Sun, and that is absolutely the question. The mind block of Genji versus T1, it wasn't in effect until the very end of the game, where that gentleman that just received his player of the game, this guy on screen, Kanna, finds the team fight victory with an amazing ultimate that turned things around. But like they were mentioning on the desk, and I'm really glad they brought it up, Lyra stating that it was largely on the back of Genji deciding to hand the game over to T1. Rather than T1 necessarily outperforming them. So certainly some sloppy macro decisions, some very slow play, not a lot of kills until, I mean, I think the last teamfight had more kills than the rest of the game combined, which was a large amount of time. But let's see whether we do get a more bloody game this time. here we are into pick and ban. T1 versus Gen G. T1 now on the blue side, their better side. So they won on red, remember? Like, that's still crazy. They don't have a lot of... They've got 2 wins on red side out of 7 games coming into this. This is their 3rd win on red side out of 8.
Yeah, that was... I mean, that was definitely startling. Nonetheless, Gen G banning away Varus. Volibear does end up biting the dust. And we are going to see what ends up happening in this game, because really, that was T1 getting some edges early, then slowly falling behind, leading out.
And giving over Ocean Soul, right? And
gave over Ocean Soul, and then Miracle team fighted to win the game. So you can't feel very good about that as a fan, even if you do take that. You do take those Ws.
And I mean, I think as a fan, you're still happy that they won, but there's certainly a little bit left to be desired. So Kalista going to be banned on the blue side. I find this really interesting, actually, because T1 banning the Ashe, I think, was more of a, like, to open up a possible Kalista first pick, because Ashe does so well into her. But instead, they're going to ban it away themselves. Looks like T1 have instead decided that it's looking like an Ezreal style of game. As Gen G, it'll be up to them to ban it if they would like to. Trundle's still available. Still certainly a lot of options left on the board. Set is one that was banned last game, but the Ezreal will be banned away here. As
something's been locked in.
Something happened. Not entirely sure what it was.
Oh. Huh?
No, we've got an extra for when the bans go down. We've locked the bans again. Oh wait, no, wait. That's Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate B1.
Okay. And this is Faker's Twisted Fate. Very famous pick for him throughout the years. There was a time where if Twisted Fate wasn't banned, you pick him first every single time, and then you win the game. Reminds me of Cassidon back in the day. That's a long way back in the day.
That is,
I think that's almost before your time.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Okay, well, Aphelios is going to be picked up here by Gen G, and we'll see where Klid's going to go. The standard LCK pickup is Trundle. So, let's see it.
Well, let's take a look at what ends up happening. So, Azir is locked in.
This is the donkey approach. If something beats you, you then just play it because it's the best right now.
Okay.
That's how that works. Cuz, considering the misfortune, certainly one of our misfortune players that still remains here in the LCK. And does have decent follow-up to the Twisted Fate as well, as there's the set that we were mentioning. Cuz could be playing that one, has played it in the past, actually pretty good effect. But could also be in the hands of Effort.
And I mean, it could end up in Conasand as well.
Absolutely.
Top set is still a thing that does come out sometimes.
Could also be in Faker's hands, I guess, if you're going to put Twisted
You
Fate
know what?
somewhere else.
I've had enough. Honestly, it could be in Teddy's hands, and Effort's going to be support MF.
There we go.
Yeah.
Support MF was a thing, I believe, at some point in the past. I think Gorilla played it a while ago.
Well, Tom getting locked in is a little bit worrisome, but does have value against TF.
Yeah, I mean, it's the classic into TF pick. In gold cards, someone you devour them and you can't hit the Twisted Fate can't combo them.
And then he gets gold card back in 2.
Yeah, and then, you know, but Tom Kench gets Devour back in 3.5 years. Something like that. That cooldown's pretty high these days. The proposed rework's actually pretty cool on Tom Kench. Getting a little bit ahead of ourselves with that one, though. As the Olaf going to be banned away from Cuz, and Trundle is going to be banned in response. So Gen G not going to be fooled by any sort of set jungle assumption. And as we know, can be flexed basically 4 roles, or 5.
Yeah.
Actually is a 5-way flex, isn't it? Because technically if you play Senna alongside.
Senna, yeah, then he can actually be 80. Yeah, that's true. One of the few champions that is able to do that. Trundle getting banned away. Lots of focus on the jungle pool right now.
Lee Sin's pretty comfortable if they want to continue down that path. Silas going to be taken off the board. So
And-
with a different idea.
Yeah. This is definitely interesting. We'll see what Gen G want to lock in here. It should be jungle.
What should be Lee Sin?
I will. I actually despise it.
You're welcome. You're welcome, brother. Yeah, you didn't peek at the script, did you? No.
I value my eyesight, you know?
Yeah, well,
How it is
Lee
sometimes.
Sin doesn't. No. That's not part of what he's about. As Canna thinking about going back to an old favorite, a very stable Ornn player towards the top side. But, ooh, I actually really like Rumble with Tia. Gives you a lot of equalizer damage after
I like
a Destiny
Blitz.
Gate. But there's the Blitzcrank, like you were talking about. Effort. Going to be taking that one. Had a few Blitzcrank games so far. You told me some fun stats about the Blitzcrank Ultimate if you get enough Cloud Drake.
5.77.
It's not very many seconds of
That's
cooldown.
a very short cooldown at absolute max CDR that is possible.
Nutty.
Ornn is now being covered. And the Blitzcrank is really cool because it adds the minigame. It lets you get onto the opponent's team composition when the way that everything was looking, T1 would not have a way on. And so this is a very, very good setup for it. And that is going to mean that Set is in the...
Way. Ooh. Oh, it's not a feels good. Mordekaiser is 100% a trap.
This was a game versus Sullivan. I would have just thrown on the Mickey voice. And I would not,
I still haven't heard it.
I'm waiting. One of these days it's coming.
I'm
you
so
least
ready.
Expect it.
Well, T1's composition, certainly something that we like.
Much better.
And, oh god, has it happened? Have we got a T1 draft win?
Well, Atlas,
I guess we can go home.
We...
Who's getting the pog? Coach Kim.
Effort.
All right.
Yeah.
I actually think this is going to be a game where a lot of the hooks are going to land because Destiny Gate plus Gold Card means that everyone travels a really long way, especially if Cuz is there. Showstopper comes in again. Afterwards, you might just happen to be in the enemy fountain from mid lane.
So, I feel like it's very hard for Gen G to actually play mid and late game against Blitzcrank because there's so many pull targets that are actually very high value. It invalidates the Tahm Kench. Tahm was picked in isolation for the Twisted Fate, but that's not how draft works. So, came out really early. It left them susceptible to what has ended up happening now with Blitz and Ornn are just super good in a spot like this. And so, Azir and Aphelios, I mean, they can stand tall, but for what? There's no clear line of engage, and you're asleep if you think Lee Sin is going to create those paths for you.
Unless we see Clid play the same kind of Lee Sin that we saw in a recent series where he was able to create the right amount of chaos in the early game, make it look like the LPL Lee Sin that Clid was known for in the past. But I hazard a guess that this is looking very scary for Gen G.
Yeah. I think this is a good enough draft for T1 to where I would say that they're favored here. And Gen G just really punting it away here. So this is not a very good situation to be in game number 2. If
Absolutely.
you are a Gen G fan from my perspective. Doesn't mean that they can't just take over laning phases and then throw everything completely away.
Yep. And Gen G certainly going to be very hungry for this one. Remember, this does put a lot of distance between them and T1. T1 desperately need to win this game. They want to move ahead of Gen G in the standings. They move to 3rd from 6th place if they win this game right now. A 2-0 over Gen G gives them exactly the same scoreline, exactly the same game score, and they are ahead as far as head-to-head because they just beat them right here. And means that they remain extraordinarily close in the standings, which is really fun storyline-wise.
This is a big match for them. There's the runes that are coming out everywhere. Lots of scaling, no sinners.
Yep.
Anywhere, well, except for the Lee Sin. We don't talk about that. You want to know how Lee Sin actually lost his eyesight?
How's that?
He read Morello.
Ah.
Yeah. He's going to want to stay away from that.
I was thinking about getting the audiobook. If I listen to it, will it also be a problem?
Your eyes might bleed.
I was going to say, because I
Yeah.
think that Lee Sin probably read the audiobook as well afterwards, because he only got halfway through and then it killed his eyesight. And he's like, yeah, but I was really getting into it. And speaking of getting into it, he's looking to try and attack Cuz here at his blue buff, and Clid has a big health advantage. Okay, Cuz going to walk on back forward. He's got a lot of grit at level 2 here. As, okay, Clid takes a fair bit of damage. Faker looking for a fat flash over the wall. He gets it. Clid's going to try and flash out of the way as Cuz in right behind him. And Clid has decided that we're going to go aggressive this game, for better or for worse.
And so that is first blood picked up by T. I have no idea what Clid was doing. I really wish I could tell you.
Something in that audiobook, my friend.
It's like that. What was the movie where you can't see? Bird Box.
Yeah, Bird Box.
yeah. Lee Sin got Bird Box their red buff. Oh no.
Well, that's a yikes. They do get the flash out of Faker, so that might be something that Clid can revisit, but he doesn't have his flash either. And a jungler dying at this stage of the game, you know, you look at a top lane, right? You die level 2, you teleport immediately back, you don't miss any minions. But not being able to be out on the map and having to then repath into your jungle to try and get more just
no
eats
jungle item.
so much time.
Yeah.
And Cuz goes and just grabs Swifties.
Yep. So he's going to be running around. And this is very awkward for all the laners who don't have any boots. Okay. He has Hex Flash, but... Oh, Clid has Smite available, but doesn't look like he's actually going to go for anything.
All right, Kellen looking for a tongue lash. We'll find it onto Effort here. As I was waiting for Effort to flash hook and get him under the turret, but not wanting to trade flashes at this stage in time. Blitzcrank can be quite dangerous without a flash as far as giving away kills. That's all right. In goes Cuz with the Hex Flash, and it's a drive-by.
Yep. They don't have the damage because Set, well, he has Swiftness boots. It's not like he has any damage amp. So even though they get the gold card, the sequence of events that would end up happening is Face Breaker, double stun, Twisted Fate still on cooldown. Set does a couple of autos, loses 70% of his life. So,
and then gets a big shield, and then walks away with 25%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Twisted Fate now going with the Merc Treads as the first item. Very good against the enemy team comp, as well as those resistances early in the lane. Lots of good synergy here because you get to just convert mobility into damage. And
we're going to ring around the Rosie as Q's going to land there onto Cuz from Clid. Canna fighting off against Rascal here. Only level 5 for both of these top laners. Good knock up there, but the W keeps Rascal alive, and Faker says, thank you very much. I'll help pick up that assist, and Canna walks away with the second kill for T1.
Yeah. And this, oh, beautiful. So he doesn't even immediately shove. He's just going to recall. And if he would end up shoving and Rascal TPs onto the minion wave, then he gets trapped inside of the lane. So instantly recalls, teleports to the turret, playing it. Bomby Cinder, man.
Yeah, it's summer, dude.
Now he can't freeze the wave. If he didn't build bombies, he could have just went into that and said, hey, Mordekaiser, you actually have to stay here to escort the wave. And in doing so, if Kana takes down the whole wave, he's almost level 6. And then if he trades with Mordekaiser gets low, he gets him into the horn combo threshold.
리신 싸움 났다.
I mean, I just
천천히 볼게 이거.
cannot fathom what that Lee Sin Q was on Descent.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Because he's there with
넘어봐.
one mission in mind.
빼자.
Yeah, just looked a little bit too easy here as we're going to go for one more. But finding yet another Q, but he's a level behind and he decides to go aggressive. Don't know in what world where that's ever going to work out. This was decently played by Rascal to utilize his W, but you're not going to go 1 versus 3, and Clid wasn't offering enough. So far behind on the Lee Sin.
And Ornn is so far ahead of Mordekaiser. Twisted Fate is very far ahead of the Azir. Because remember, it's not just the 2 assists. that Faker has, it's also TF's passive.
Yep.
So that is really helping him here. Effort is looking like he's trying to line up a hook onto Ruler. He's going to want to make sure that he measures that correctly.
Yeah, and in the meantime, this Ocean Drake is going to be picked up by T1. Have a look at what our second Drake is and give you a few options as far as our Dragon Souls are concerned. Ocean goes down. Next one's a Cloud. So we've got either Mountain Soul or Infernal Soul. Some relatively interesting ones. T1 off to a good start so far.
Yeah. If you are a T1 fan, Infernal probably is your favorite third dragon.
Although you get a lot of value out of Mountain with Set and the Orn.
Yeah, you do. You do. Even the Twisted Fate, who doesn't necessarily build a lot of resistances, but builds a little bit. So.
And a lot of health.
Oh, and you know, I mean, I guess Blitzcrank. All right, we're gonna do this rodeo again. Oh,
Mini goes. And outie.
Ooh, Cuz misses.
Yeah. That's a bit of a mind game between these two, of course. You got to get that face breaker as he tries to escape with the safeguard.
Yep.
Put it on cooldown, then bring him back.
And then he would end up getting the flash out of Lee Sin. That would be the play. I mean, alternatively, yeah, just get the flash out of Lee Sin. Faker could then potentially follow up. But nonetheless, just going to end up getting the blue buff. Orn moving down. Going to go into Catalyst next, and everything is just going very slow. Now, I do want to hand it to Ruler and Kellen, because they have been really winning in the CS department tonight.
They have, and
even though it's
against Teddy, the CS monster.
Yep. Cookie monster.
Yep.
Don't talk about vanilla ice cream though.
No, I don't. I'm not allowed to anymore.
Yeah, that game.
That was a little bit. It was too violent. It's yep. I don't know. There was a recommendation on Twitter that I should talk about cereal instead. A much safer topic. Much safer. As Cuz is going to come in. And Kellen just going to flash his way out, and Ruler absolutely no place to go. Showstopper comes in. Teddy probably going to be delivered this kill as there's the bullet time, and somehow Ruler's going to survive. There's the Moonlight Vigil, but they dive it, and Faker's going to have his stopwatch. I don't know whether it was entirely necessary after the tribute, but better to be safe than sorry. T1 continue their onslaught.
Yeah.
Already more kills than the first 38 minutes of game one.
Well, Ripchild's going to be summoning mid. It's going to manage to get all of the turret plates, actually. Orn is not going to be able to move down whatsoever, so Genji are fighting back a little bit, and that's very big to actually get this.
Yeah,
onto
mid-outer is
Fate.
huge.
Yeah. Mordekaiser even here. Oh,
whoa, that's the three-man
okay.
face breaker as Faker's in there. Rascal grabs him into the Death Realm, but has to use the W to keep himself alive there. Death Realm, not exactly the optimal choice, as Effort looking for a hook. Ooh, I like the try.
Yeah, and now Kana is going to bite back with his own. 2 turret plates up in top lane.
Wow, and as this dust is settling, actually, it's looking more like a 2,000 gold lead once again. I would have thought that having taken those 4 turret plates mid, that was going to help Genji move the way back, but not taking the turret really hurts them.
Yeah, that's the last turret plate and first turret of the game.
However, it is on its last leg, so it is money that's sort of waiting to be taken, and they still do have 3.5 minutes. As we have a look at this one and how it unfolds.
So Cuz just goes in immediately, and he knows that they both have flash. Now, there's a face breaker angle right there, but what he doesn't want to happen is Apilio's trying to just flash out immediately after and then alley-oop with Tom, and so definitely a lot of indecision with T1 on this play, but they end up getting the same end result that they were looking for. This is a very good flash face breaker, getting so much value. Death Realm comes out, Cuz ends up retreating backwards, and then, because if Orn was moving, things do go a little bit differently, but Orn stayed up in top lane. And so now Kana just going to shove in the wave one more time. Might actually be able to ding one more turret plate. I believe his Demolish is off cooldown. Yep. Yeah, so he's going to get another turret plate. So that's 3 turret plates top.
The Mordekaiser isn't even here yet, and there's no cannon in this wave, so he shouldn't actually get this melee minion either. I believe was just in experience range. But that's basically that whole wave just done. Only gets 2 minions out of it. And so the the experience gap is going to start widening between Kana and Rascal. It's BDD. Still, it's BDD's Azir. He's very, very good at this champion. And they are able to give him that solo turret gold. Last plate comes in. And the first turret of the game will be claimed there by BDD. Head by about 20 CS at the moment on this Azir. Something that does happen against Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate really doesn't like a long lane though, so this could work out for BDD. And for Gen G as well.
Yeah. And at this point, though, you look at the items across the board, and it's a little bit more favorable to T1, even at this Song and a Dance. So, should be the Cloud Dragon going over to free. But in exchange for this, I mean, Rascal is going to get some turret plates up in top lane.
Yep, Cloud Drake isn't the end of the world. Does give Gen G the option of either a 4-stack Mountain or a 4-stack Infernal, which is very scary, either way you shake it. But it does mean that they do need to reclaim some control of this map. So there's the Mountain Drake that we were talking about earlier. Great for both of these teams, arguably better for T1, but Gen G just wanting to try and keep themselves alive until they can get to those late game team fights where an Emperor's Divide in a few years is going to help them take a victory. Teddy's looking for even more of these turret plates. Going to use the bullet time to guarantee that this wave crashes.
He's just going to back up and look for a reset here on the MF, Cuz now going to end up doing both the camps at the same time. Stack up a little bit more grit as well. Gives Faker the blue buff.
I like that, like the efficiency.
Yeah. And it's only a 1,000 gold lead right now for T1, but their mid game is going to be very explosive. And then remember, the ornaments, once they start coming in, it's going to be Molten Edge on Misfortune. Twisted Fate, given the itemization path that Faker's already gone, he might not actually get an ornament until way later. Death Crown would be ideal, but
Zonya's
given that it's Mountain Soul,
probably will happen.
Zonya's Paradox getting extra armor,
true, yeah.
amplifying it even a little bit more.
And also has broken his stopwatch already, so there's even more value in getting an earlier Zonya's, so you can do those sort of Messiah plays into the backline and then immediately going golden. Another very old name. I feel like I'm bringing up a lot of ancient history here.
You are actually ancient, yeah.
Yeah, I am. I am a fossil of the League of Legends community.
What was it like before electricity?
Oh, it was boring. It's really boring. The League of Legends was much different. Had to use cardboard, little cutouts, and mechanics were more about how long your arms were.
Okay.
You had to reach down the table if you were going to take the enemy Nexus. Thankfully, I was born with abnormally large arms, so in my early years, I was very good at League of Legends. Now I've grown into my arms, and unfortunately, my talent is no longer there if I play in my age bracket.
All right.
About 672 or something like that, based on this conversation. Both Faker and Cuz here in this game with 100% kill contribution thus far. 2.5 minutes until the Mountain Drake. As again, things are slowing down. Do we have like? We were talking about cereal before, and then there was a gank, and that was pretty cool.
Ooh,
so maybe
cereal.
we
what's your favorite cereal?
I'm really boring when it comes to cereal. I love Wheaties.
What is that?
Wheaties. It's just a wheat-based cereal, and I like them with honey and milk. You know?
You need to get your taste buds checked, I think.
It goes back to our previous conversation about me
seem to be about as apt
super old
as kills are in the LCK.
Yeah, a little bit like that. That's why I love it here so much.
빨간
I am a Captain Crunch peanut butter.
Oh wow,
guy.
I've never had that one before. I think that's something that we miss out on.
Honeycomb.
Not being in America. I feel like America is really good at extraordinarily sweet cereals.
Yep.
And we don't get many of those. I mean, we get the Fruit Loops. They're Fruit Loops in Australia. I don't know what they are in America. I think it is a little bit different. But thankfully, we might have a bit of action here as Shirley is going to be put down top lane. Kana throws in the ultimate as Gen G looking to try and get something back. That was fantastic. Denial, though. This Kana gets kicked into the wall to make sure that the Ram is not going to cause any trouble. And T1 will deny Shirley from taking down the turret.
Well, Cuz is just going to end up killing the drop now. 1 minute until the Mountain Drake is going to come up. MF does use her ultimate to just wave clear the top turret. Ornn, is he going to be able to get to the ornaments? Because if he can, it's going to be so big for this team fight. Now, there's a wave at the turret, another wave coming in, and there's the golems. I would imagine Kana must be really close.
Oh, yeah.
And he'll also be able to get... Oh, no, never mind. He's pretty close, but I don't believe that he'll have... He will have the Sunfire Cape, but very doubtful he will ding 13 by the time that fight happens.
See whether he's able to get his teleport off cooldown as well, because it might actually be able to allow him to find that gold, find level 13, potentially, if he can stay in a lane. Right now he's doing the Krugs, seeing whether he can get enough off that one. Can't quite see the experience bar. Oh yeah, we can. So not going to make it anywhere near from that Krug camp. And so we're going to have to do without the ornaments for the moment, but like you say, there might be a Forge Fire Cape option very soon. Cleared. Just going to taxi his way out on this Mountain Drake by the looks of things. T1 with full vision of the area. Of course, vision, not a thing they need to worry about because Destiny and Gate are available. And so Genji has to be very careful with how they set up for this one. Ruler is very close range. He's got Draven more at the moment.
Uh-oh, Kana got 13.
Yeah, and he's looking for an ult from behind. There we go, he's going to land this ram. Is it stolen, in fact, from Clit? He safeguards, tries to get himself out, and does get out as well. The bullet time is just extraordinary, though, and Faker finds Clit in the back line. BDD trying to save him, throws out some Sand Soldiers that don't really do enough as the wild cards are avoided. Rascal looking for effort, but the Death Realm runs out, and now it's a 2 versus 1 that he doesn't want to deal with. MF gets yet another kill, 3,000 damage in the team fight as Faker still hunting for the Genji mid laner and jungle. BDD steals one away, but that's the only kill that they've got in this team fight. Faker finishes off Clit, and Teddy will grab the bird. And T1, this might just be enough to win them the game.
That is a massive victory for them right now. They end up getting an ace.
Yeah.
Basically over the opponent, so it ends up being a 5-for-1. They did lose the mountain, which is it's, a decent amount of gold.
Yep, slows down the soul too, yep.
But let's take a look at this one more time. So, Clid with the very clutch Dragon Kick into the Smite Steal. Kana goes for Affilio, steals the damage, but Kellen manages to get the Devour, and then an insane Face Breaker with the bullet time. Pay attention to Effort in this fight, because Rascal, he thinks he's getting away, but then Effort channels his Scorpion and tells him to get over here.
Yeah.
As it looks like his teammates just didn't think Effort could get it.
And it was about who was the better Scorpion there as well, because of course Death Grasp has a very get over here vibe to it.
Faker, wild cards, ends up hitting the 7-10 split.
Oh, and the minions.
As the minions had enough.
Yep. They were done. They were happy to step in. As we were talking about Zhonya's Paradox, Faker has the Hourglass already completed. Cannot Forge Fire Cape as well as his super sweet Abyssal Gas Mask. And,
well,
Genji, look. We could still have a game like Game 1, right? It could still happen.
Oh.
But T1, it feels like they are way further ahead than Genji were. And look at all this standing gold that's on the map. They've only taken 2 turrets. They're in fact even when it comes to the turrets at the moment. This outer turret will be going down very shortly.
The thing is that for the next mountain fight, it's not only a 4,000 gold lead, it's the ornaments are going to come in for teammates as well.
Oh, true.
And so all of that is going to get stacked on top. Very sad that Set doesn't build an ornament. This is actually one of the interesting games where... Okay.
Genji looking for this one as Faker diving in onto Ruler towards the top side. He should be able to take down this outer turret if he wants to keep chasing. There's the Ornhorn. Kana going to lock down the Lee Sin. He's going to fall very quickly as Rascal now does have his Death Realm, but he's not going to be able to face off against Teddy, who just obliterates the Mordekaiser before he can do anything. And Genji, I mean, you do have to try and go for some of these Hail Mary plays, but it just wasn't enough to really get anything done. And Ruler, he's at a 3rd health. I don't know whether he's going to be able to stop T1 from just taking this Baron.
Well, it looks like T1, they're going to start this up. Clid is up in 4, even with home guard. I do not think he's going to be able to get there in time. Ornn is tanking. You can see effort. I mean, the thing is the effort can fish for a hook, and anyone's dead if they get pulled.
Well,
see you later.
Kellen, he's just going to be exploded. As in goes BDD, he gets the sweep, but he's not going to be able to get the Baron, and he gets out as well, actually, somehow.
Yeah.
Kind
That
of
was a nice
lumbering
attempt.
after Ruler. Yeah, it was.
That was a genuinely nice thought to try to Shurima shuffle and then take it down with the Sand Soldiers. And so let's take a look at how this all transpired. No clue what Kellen was thinking on this play. Ruler forced a flash away from Faker. Turret was living, but then a really nice Ornn, and then again, effort. Straight out of Mortal Kombat, man. With his Blitzcrank pulls. And that's what we talked about in the draft phase, is that Blitzcrank is amazing. He can completely deconstruct any phalanx attempt by Genji. Every champion they have is prone to it. So really, really good pick. And he's utilizing it so well, combined with Cuz to set so many things up for his teammates. Magi Soul Stealer on Faker.
Oh no, they're bullying Clid now. They're like, you left us. We are going to punish you for it. Teddy in the mid lane. He's going to take down this inner turret. And the game number 1, that was a nail biter. That was close. T1 stole it away, but I think they stole some mental fortitude while they were there. Zephyr is going to get pulled back. Misses the hook onto Kellen. Definitely a good hook target. Make it rain comes down. Rascal in a bit of trouble. As Death's Grasp not going to do anything, and T1 should be able to take this inhibitor in the mid lane. Base broken, gold lead just exploding.
Yeah. 8,000 gold advantage right now. BDD this is where things get a little bit scary when you're T1.
Whoa, that's a flash onto Ruler. Kellen does have the Devour, so not going to be getting too much there, as it is going to be effort falling in the Death Realm. Death's Grasp doesn't really do enough there, as that's a great knock-up coming out of Canna. My goodness, his performance today has been unbelievable. Bullet time just to stop anyone from helping out, as Canna in the front line. Not going to be moved just yet. This inhibitor turret's going to go down as a bit of an afterthought. Gen.G without their jungler or top lane, it means that T1 can keep pushing. It's a great stun. 2-man Facebreaker is glorious out of Cuz, and the knock-up from Canada follow up. This is going to be the end of the game. BDD with a 4-man ulti. It does not matter, because your Nexus is going to fall down. Only 2 kills on the side of Gen.G, and T1 will reach ahead of them in the standings with a gigantic turnaround after that game number 1, which was going all Gen.G's way. They now find themselves from 6th place to 3rd.
And that game was a complete stomp. And you know what? When T1 has a good draft, games
it's
tend
like
to go pretty well
it's
for
like
them.
You mentioned something about that earlier on in the series.
It's very interesting. And Cuz and Effort both trying to chase after each other for player of the game. I ended up giving it over to Cuz for his face breakers.
I agree with you.
Itemization path also helped out a lot that game with converting into meaningful things. Ruler, tough series for him. I mean, it was so hard to play as Aphelios in game number 2.
He was actually really impressive in game number 1 as well. Tried
also
so hard.
Lee Sin.
Lee Sin, Mordekaiser, double trap card.
They are so bad.
They're not really very good at
like,
winning games.
Whenever so result-based analysis is one of the most donkey things that anyone can ever do.
Yeah.
But what I would implore everyone to do is go into every Mordekaiser and Lee Sin game and really look at the context of the champions and what value they added into the game. And if the argument is somehow like Mordekaiser gets 3 kills in the first 15 minutes and then has a 3-level lead and converts into something. No, that's not Mordekaiser. That's just something really catastrophic happened. And it's not the majority. So
he's currently a 33% win rate. Good old Mordekaiser out of 12 games. Means he's won 4 and lost a lot more than that, to the tune of 8.
Totally fine.
Definitely not really working out. Lee Sin, I think, has seen a little bit more success, but like you've spoken about so many times in the past, those games, it's not really about having the Lee Sin.
No.
In the composition that's going to do it for you. And absolutely, the set was so much more valuable.
Yep.
And Clid just got punished that entire game. And this is the Clid that we saw at the beginning of the season. You know, the tilted version of the Clid. You know.
I don't know what the level 1 was. I still can't. Or the level 2.
Yeah.
That was. Yeah, I just don't understand. Twisted Fate's able to collapse first. No matter what, Twisted Fate can always collapse first there. So you also have Mordekaiser versus Ornn. It's not like either of them are adding value, but Ornn would actually be able to more likely than not add more value.
And also get there first, right? Because he's on that side of the map. We're going to have a look at it again.
Just watch him Q, cuz. So he has to make up his mind on what he's trying to do, but you can see he can never get set into the threshold. Baker just comes.
Yeah. And also, like, flash or no flash, you're always dead there. So I don't know why he's also using that one. It certainly does feel like more of an emotional play rather than a calculated one, as this early game was all T1 the entire time.
Yeah.
And a lot of it came down to Cuz just being real good.
Well, at this point, T1, they walk away here with the 2-0. Very important for them to have done so. And Genji, it's a bittersweet loss because the game number 1, this was the really sick base breaker.
Oh.
The fight that turned everything around. Baker, Destiny Gate gets onto Lee Sin, who, I mean, the only thing he's doing this entire game is just running. BDD whiffs the Shurima Shuffle, the Scorpion Hook, onto Rascal, who then ends up dying. I just have no idea why people play this champion, Mordekaiser. It's a bit confusing. Top lane meta must be very bland and boring.
You can get the jungler out of the objective fight.
Oh, okay.
That's why.
Yeah.
No, I don't know either, man. I'm trying.
That's the funniest part is when they try to dumb down the game to that simple of like a card game type thing.
My champion is good into this champion.
Into this very specific instance that disregards everything else.
This very isolated portion of what makes the entire game. That's why holistic team comp decisions and draft decisions need to be made. In this game, as Teddy does get kicked back, and it was actually really beautifully comboed with Ruler's ulti, but at this point, there was just nothing that Genji could do. They were too far behind.
야, 이제 좋아.
야, 아지를
셋 다 높을.
나봐줘. 셋 다 높으니까 천천히 끝내면 돼 이거.
Set has no flash. We can just take it slow and win the game.
좋아.
Look at this.
봐봐. 나이스.
Nice.
야, 끝내. 얘 잡아.
블레이스 또.
나이스.
오, 사랑해.
I love you guys.
수고했어.
야, 다 컸다, 오타니. 드디어 보여줬네, 오타니.
Effort so wholesome. And well played by T1. This was a very different game. To game number 1, feels a little bit like Genji, slightly more emotional this time around, which you could imagine a game like game 1 could do to you. But I think the T1 fans could feel a lot better seeing them perform like this as opposed to what we saw in game number 2, which was gamble on a 50-50 and an Elder Drake at about 40 minutes after doing nothing.
They take the coin flip a little bit too literal.
Yeah.
You know? They gotta remember that's for the draft, not for the other things. That's
like stay good at the gameplay, guys. Let's do that. Yeah. Flip it when it comes to the cards you're picking in that champion select. But we did see what happens when they do exactly that, right? This was vintage T1 in game number 2, and now the standings just get even more spicy.
Yeah.
This is very, very fun stuff. As Genji will move a distance down the standings. I'm not actually sure where they end. Haven't done that math. I know that T1 will move ahead of them.
Yeah.
What this does for Genji's position, though, is something that I haven't fully calculated. So really interesting. I think our top 4 feel pretty solid after this.
Yeah. I think that the top 4 is really rounding out to be about what people would expect.
Yeah.
And round 2 of Summer is going to be the really interesting thing. We're almost in round 4, or week 4.
Yeah.
We're almost there. Week 5 is the tipping point into that, and then things get very weird.
Yeah, then we get into round 2 and we get to see what happens in all of these rematches. And we get to discover whether side selection is in fact as valuable as it seems.
Yeah.
at this portion of the season, because things will change. There will be new patches. We'll see, things develop, and maybe Varus is not going to be as highly contested. Maybe there's going to be a red side ban that's freed up a little bit more, and that's going to help those sort of win rates, as Cuz is easily going to pick up the player of the game. And by easily, I mean he got 6 out of 12 votes, but we tie broke it with some of our observers, and Le Swinger strikes back.
Le Swinger did apparently strike back here, as I thought it would be between Cuz and Effer in a lot of the situations, but Faker getting 6 of the votes as well surprises me a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I did like his flash at the beginning. Like, this was a decent escape. His Twist of Fate is always really good, and I find it's interesting. It's difficult to vote when it comes to Faker, because we're just so used to him being really good all the time.
Yeah.
So it makes it easier and harder.
Yeah. And really good face breaker. Really living up to the name of that ability. I always like seeing Tom lose.
Feels good.
Yeah.
Timothy back to his hovel underneath London's bridge.
Unironically.
Well, yeah, I think that's what the change coming in is going to sort of help him do. I think it's going.
Oh, you mean the
proposed change?
The proposed changes. That's at least makes me feel sad.
I don't know. I don't mind Devour being an ultimate. It reminds me.
I always get scared when champions get like pseudo rework now, because I've been left feeling pretty sad about some of the more recent ones.
Because then you can. Yeah, I certainly grew some attachment to some of the older champions. That is very, very true. But we are going to move to the player of the game interview. So here is Jason with your translation.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hear from Cuz Kana picking up another win up against Genji with this finals rematch series. How do you feel, guys? It was hard, especially game number 1. But anyways, we got the win, so I'm happy. Kana with the most interview experience of the Summer Split, and let's move on to Cuz. It's been a while since you got this POG. I'm happy to win this POG, and junglers aren't able to get a lot nowadays, so I'm happy that I made it. And in game number 1, we focused up really well in the late game, so I'm happy about that as well. So Kana, you won half of the T1's POG, so do you also acknowledge yourself as the T1's ace? You are keeping your monopoly on the POG of T1. In the spring split, I had a very low POG points, but coming into Summer Split, I'm getting a lot. So I guess I am doing my role really well. And Cuz, well, there were some roster swaps, but T1 is hitting the 9-match win streak up against Genji, even when, just like today, the two teams had a very different momentum. During the prep, because Genji, they have a very losing match history up against us. We wanted to utilize that and concentrate during the game. Regardless of our opponents, we always just prepare the picks and our performance. Speaking of the picks, it was really impressive that Varus was open in game 1 and no one picked it. Were you guys expecting that? Our head coach, the coaches during the practice, well, we followed our plan, and it's always viable at the same time. I guess Cuz is trained to answer like that. Like he just memorized the whole answer about Varus pick. Then let's move on to the top lane talk. It was a duel between the top laners with the full potential. How was today's matchup up against him? Rascal, he's a good player as well, so I was a little bit nervous. And that was my mindset into the game. game number 1, I was struggling a little bit because I lacked a little bit of an understanding about the Volibear champion.
얘기 나온 김에 진짜 명장면이 결국 바론 쪽하고 장로 쪽에서 나온
Speaking
건데
of game number
커즈
1,
선수, 정글러로서 그
the highlights was
바론
about
쪽에서
the Baron
강타
call
먹기만
and the
했는데
Elder
진짜 무섭지
fight.
않으셨어요?
Was it really hard for you? The smite fight for the Baron?
많이 무서웠고요.
It was indeed so scary. But the Olaf's
돼가지고
strength is that he can do E-smite combo.
있었던 것
Thanks
같아요.
to that, I was able to secure our Baron.
애매한 경기였습니다. 굉장히 좀 묘한 경기가 좀
Yeah,
나왔는데
game 1 was really dicey. How did the players see the whole situation? Because Genji was leading the game, to be honest.
픽이었었어가지고
It was a
좀
very
리가 잘안 된
unexpected
상태였는데
pick, so we weren't
저희가
ready, to be honest.
집중력 잃지 않고
However,
해석인 것 같고
we kept our concentration till the end, so we were able to close out the game. And I think we had to commit for the fight around the Baron.
오늘은 그 선발로도 등장을 했잖아요. 커즈 선수가.
Because you are the starting jungler today.
선발 기용하면서 뭐 새로운 카드를 뭐 보여준다기보다는 기존에 있었던
So,
그 강인함을 다시 한번 좀 잘 보여준
It was
상황이었는데
like you
오늘
were
아스도
showing
좀
the
다른 마음 자세가 좀
original
있었어요.
strengths of T1. So what was your mindset for today's game? I always keep the same mindset for every game.
엘리미도 되게 잘하는데
And Elim, he is also a great player. It's just our head coach and the coaching staffs are deciding the starting lineups. We just follow their decision and we try to do our best in any given situation. Are you getting some orders via your earpiece? Because you sound like a robot. You're like reading a script. Are you reading off of a script? I mean, I haven't been on the stage for interview for a while. I'm just like having stage jitters.
커즈도 심장이 지금
아무리 그 심장이 세 개라도 세 개도 다 떨릴 수 있다.
I guess because
이러면 칸나 선수는
is having a little bit of a stage jitter.
인터뷰도 많이
So let's move on to Kana.
사실
Kana, you've been doing a lot of interviews
포인트예요.
and you are on the 400 points per POG.
굉장히 인상 깊은 POG 포인트와
And you are on the
이러면 팀 내
top
아무리
of
빈민이
POG
많아도
standings
본인이
as well.
성장하거나 자신감도 많이 올라올 수 있을 것
So
같은데 어때요?
did that kind of thing boost your confidence overall? I'm still at a learning process, so I think I have to do even better. And about the POG, I'm pretty sure that I was really lucky.
그리고 그 최근에 뭐 인상 깊었던 그 광고에 관련된 그 질문들도 많이 있었는데
And the club commercials always on fire in the community. And cause your line, can you do that on the stage?
그럼 긴장도 풀릴 것 같고.
하루만 네 번째 램이 되고 싶어.
So that was his line from the commercial. I wanna be the RAM in your computer for one day.
정말 소유하고 싶은 멘트였어요. 아, 감사합니다. 근데 긴장도 풀렸죠?
Are you feeling a lot more confident, comfortable? It's embarrassing, to be honest.
멋있어요. 잘했는데 왜 그래요? 이러면 긴장도 좀 풀렸으니까.
I hope Cuz is feeling a lot more comfortable. And your next opponent will be Soren Prince. You guys might be having a very favorite situation to continue this momentum. At the same time, Soren, they really like to fight a lot, so what's your mindset for that game? As Mickey joined their team, they got more aggressiveness. So I think we have to prepare a lot for the series. And Kana, we are always trying our best. And we are always working really hard to show the best performance possible. So I always appreciate all the love and support from our fans. And Kana, it's actually okay to use dialects during the interviews. Would you like to try some?
죄송합니다.
I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? So we're not forcing you to show up some dialects on the interview. So let's wrap up this interview from Cuz and Kana from T1, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun. As per usual, Sunke always trolling the players. Absolutely fantastic. I liked him calling out Cuz, and then Cuz basically looking at the camera as if he's doing this to see what he's supposed to see next. Absolutely brilliant. We're all about scripts up here, so it's totally fine with me. And as you can see, it is right now stating 3-3, but don't let that fool you. Head-to-head plays a part.
Yep.
And so technically, right now,
T1 are ahead
T1
of
are ahead. Yeah.
That's just how that works. at this point in time. Damwon still have to play another game.
Yep.
As does DRX, so we'll see what ends up happening there. T1 has a bit of an easy lineup remaining, as does Gen G, and that's why this matchup was so important. Tomorrow's matchup on Saturday, Damwon versus Hanwha Live.
Speedrunning the LCK.
Yeah. And then Dynamics versus Sandbox. This is going to be an interesting one because Sandbox, they ran through all stages of hell so far here in the LCK. We'll see now what they can do against Dynamics, but really, it's looking grim.
It is. So Sandbox, they're coming off the Dante run, and they have Yamato Cannon now on stage with them during the draft, and with them at LoL Park as well. Wasn't able to get out of quarantine until just after their most recent match, which I believe was on Wednesday.
Yep.
So will be the first time that we're going to have Yamato Cannon at LoL Park. It's what we hear. So excited to see what he's going to be able to bring to the team. But ladies and gentlemen, pretty quick night tonight. That is going to do it for us. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK Summer.
The world has changed and I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want. All that I need. If I was ever